Aubrey Marcus, we reviewed not too long ago. God told him to have multiple women and to make babies with them. And now his ex-fiance is in an interview with him telling us how wonderful he is because the internet reacted very poorly to him. Now, I think what I bring to this conversation, as many of you guys know, I'm queer, SW, body positive, sex positive, did poly open relationships for 10 years, currently in a monogamous one, married, hoping to do life with this person. Should they die, God forbid, maybe the next relationship I'm in is polyamorous, who knows? But right now we're doing monogamy. We love it because it's a lifestyle decision we made together as a team, because when we make decisions, it's as a team. Okay, I know there's people out there that are like, oh, my sexual orientation is polyamory. With peace and love, I don't really buy into that narrative, but you do you and have your little experience in life. But like for me, it's like a lifestyle choice. You know, is this how we want to live our life? Okay. I'm sure there are some biological experiences that make you more or less prone to monogamy or whatever. Okay. So with that said, let's jump into this. Let's have the conversation. Philosophy through pop culture. Let's see what's in store for us. I just know it's going to be silly. Let's see.
I am the best person to do this.
Already silly.
Because I know you on a level that most people will never get to see. And I've known you for 18 years.
I've known you for 18 years and I just know you. It's like the breathiness of it all. I'm sorry. I'm going to be very judgmental and critical in this video because we already went through hours of his content earlier in the month. I'll link it for when I clip this video. But like, just so you know, if you haven't seen it already, we're coming in with an idea of what we're coming into because we watched so much of Aubrey Marcus before. So, okay.
It really feels
In other words, if this is your first time, buckle in.
like a member of my family is hurting, and I feel it every day.
You know, I've been in positions before where I've been attacked and for different things in different ways, but nothing that's reached this level of volume.
I don't think you've ever tried to position yourself as an immaculate guru.
As it literally shows him in the crowd, right? Is that him? Aubrey Marcus made millions of dollars off an app he sold. And then he's the kind of rich guy that goes to like different countries to do ayahuasca to find himself. He's like one of those, you know, people.
What I've seen is you be a bleeding, sweating human being that is wearing your heart on your sleeve and talking about everything that you learned through all of your mistakes for many years now.
An error we made on the podcast when we called it radical monogamy in the field of erotic mystics. It should have been called
That whole sentence structure.
radical fidelity, because fidelity is being faithful to the truth.
And I think that something
Yo, I was wrong, guys. That was so fucking deep.
that people don't think about when they attack the image of another human being that they've never met, or that they feel like they understand from a tiny sliver of a perspective that they get from something.
You're right, guys. We can never judge anybody on the internet. Andrew Tate, can't judge him. Trump, can't judge him. Listen, yes, we can judge to an extent people on the internet. Not always and not well. And let's step back from the humor and be serious. You can't always really know a person you're watching on the internet. But given what you are presenting to us, we are making judgments through our values about what you're presenting to us. It's true. I don't know Aubrey Marcus. I can't read his mind, and I have no idea if he's a deeply good person who has the best intentions. But I can tell you right now, from my perspective, your bubble is concerning to me. It doesn't seem to match up with my values, right? I'm uncomfortable, but, you know, I'm not telling you to stop. I'm not trying to sign a petition that you should be taken down. I'm not saying your YouTube channel shouldn't exist. I'm just saying the criticism is coming through my values, which is true and subjective. So that's, you know, as long as we are aware that it's subjective, but that is true that we can't read his mind. But I'm still going to judge, not to condemn, but just to categorize appropriately.
Like a podcast is how many people who love them, who are standing beside them, who are their family, get hurt.
It's this phenomenon of just putting a label on someone to negate the nuance of their humanity, whether it's narcissist.
Yeah, but this editing, bros, the editing is why people are annoyed with you, which I understand. Like, a lot of people make content about me and I feel like so misunderstood by it, but thank goodness it isn't most people. Please note that a majority of people who watch my content are certainly not making videos about it. And that's because I think I'm pretty normal compared, or I think I'm saying things in a pretty normal way. Like, this is crazy editing. This editing right here is so over the top. It's just so over the top for no reason. Like, why are you selling yourself as like bigger than life? And then you're like, I don't know why people think I'm a cult leader, because you're selling yourself as bigger than life. You're charging people to come to your conferences and to sell them a narrative that like they're gonna find something bigger than life through you. That's why people are confused. And plus, people are looking for the answer to the universe. They are looking for something bigger than life because they're unhappy with their lives, which is why I would say life is good enough. You keep looking for something bigger than life because you refuse to actually realize that life is amazing within itself. So you look for this idea that God told you to have multiple wives and have a baby with them. Like, you are literally claiming that God told you to marry multiple women and have babies with them. Yeah, we're going to be a little confused about like, what do you mean by that?
Conspiracy theorists, whatever you want to call somebody, label somebody, the cause for every witch hunt, every inquisition, every war.
There's so much complexity to the interior human experience, and that gets completely lost as soon as we put a label on somebody.
Yes, I care about what people think about me, and also I can't care that much. That doesn't preclude the deep compassion that I have for people who've been through a lot of pain and trauma, especially the women.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot of women who've been through a lot of pain and trauma, and you're one of them.
There's a value that you're working through of having certain things reflected to you that's helping you really drop in and say, okay, what are my blind spots? What am I not seeing?
Am I like Sauron, Lord of Broken Promises?
You know who else is like Sauron? Ethan. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. He knows if you've made a video about him, and he's going to sue you. You know who else thinks he's the Eye of Sauron?
Failed ring. Is that who I am?
You never, ever tore me down. You constantly invited me to see how magnificent I was. You know, a lot of people are so dishonest and treating me so badly. And all I knew from being with you was being treated like a queen. And so thank you for seeing me. Thank you for never being one of those men.
Oh my God. God. Okay. He's like crying. He's like, thank you. My God. Bro. Where's Andrew Tate, who's Bugatti? He's probably like, Andrew Tate's probably like, crying, gagging, and vomiting right now that he didn't do the Aubrey Marcus, tactic instead of his. Andrew Tate should have just done this, bro. It feels like same energy, bro. I'm so sorry. I am gonna be so obnoxious. I'm gonna be obnoxious. Okay, I can't. This bubble, this narrative, this gender construct is so exhausting to me. That was just a preview, by the way. They gave us a little trailer, a 2-minute, 35-second long trailer. Are you ready?
Firstly, I want to acknowledge that we're dropping this podcast in the midst of a chaotic world situation. There are riots, there are wars, there are challenges that are enormous beyond our comprehension. And in this podcast, we're asking very personal questions. We're talking about the way that the podcast that I did with Vailana, Alana, and Dr. Gaffney, how that had rippled out into the collective and the impact that that's had and the questions that that's caused me to ask myself. Who am I? What am I here to do? What is really in my shadow? What is really going on underneath the surface? This is the most raw and vulnerable podcast I've ever released. And so thank you to all of you for following the story. And I'm happy to have my best friend in the whole wide world, Caitlin Howe, with me to share this story. Caitlin Howe, here we are.
So they were ex-fiancés, okay? They were engaged, and if I'm not correct, I could be wrong, they'll let us know, but I believe this is the one he had to break up with because she didn't want an open relationship. I could be wrong, but I think so. And this is, again, I have a theory about high compatibility partnership versus settling relationships. I also understand that people can grow apart, and I understand things don't always go the way you think they're going to go. But there's something about Marcus that does give me a lack of high compatibility, like with his partners. I feel like he picks women he has to convince to do the life he wants, which is what was expressed by his partners in the last podcast we watched, where the main partner he was with, the one, so from the original conversation we learned about, he was in a engagement, I believe, with this lady. He wanted to open the relationship. They went kind of like at a separation to test things out. He got with this lady, Ayana, and then chose her and dumped this one, if I'm not mistaken. Then when he got with her, he had to tell her that I also want to open a relationship with you, right? What? Chet says you're going to do a backflip when Aubrey starts talking about being hated on because of his queer lifestyle. Nothing gets me. Ooh. Okay. I'm emotionally prepared. Viola. He was with Viola, and then he got with the other Ilana. They have too many similar names. And then but like she was like crying last time in the last. Anyways, let's just press play. But the women did not look happy. Okay.
Marcus, we're back.
We're back.
How's the volume? Her mic is off.
This has been an intense month. You've been my friend for 2 decades now. We were wild and passionate partners. You're my fiance, and you've been friends with every partner that I've been with since and known them well. In some cases, even best friends. Like,
oh, this is the XX. There's another X that is not as happy. Okay, so is this not? Oh God, I guess we'll find out which X this is. You got a lot of okay.
You are with Bailana now. And so I guess the first question I want to ask you is, how has this been for you to see everything that's been going on?
It's been, this experience this past few weeks has absolutely broken my heart. Really has.
Oh, Chad said Whitney is the ex who called him a narc. Whitney. Okay, there's a Whitney. This is a Caitlyn. Bro, we're crying already, bro. I love crying. Whitney was the replacement. What? Okay, listen to me. I think you should cry. Crying is valid. Crying is good. Why are we crying right here at the beginning of a podcast? Because this boy got some hate on the internet? Because he literally said God wanted him to impregnate 2 women? The misogyny of it all is making me die. The misogyny of it all, the self-hatred from these women is crazy. You're crying because this man is getting hate from the internet because he said, God wants me to fuck these 2 women and get them pregnant. Ma'am.
I, beside you for many years, walked a path of...
By the way, this man is worth a lot of money. And I just got to know, rich people, see how I say I don't want rich people problems? Rich people are weird. Y'all are so fucking weird.
Tremendous enthusiasm for humanity and for possibility, for healing, with a big fire of compassion in my heart. And it's been really crushing to see just everything that I've seen from behind the scenes of your life.
I have them on 1.2 right now, just so you understand the speed of which they are talking.
The deep, personal, earnest devotion in every single way that you've poured yourself into service for this planet.
Yeah, Chad says they think they're the main character. They literally think they're the main character of the universe.
And to watch what's been the most difficult side of human nature be unleashed on you and sharing your story and opening up your heart. And I was nervous to come on today because I never understood until this month how vulnerable it truly is to put yourself out there and share personal stories in the
I'm putting it at 1.5, guys. Forgive me. I'm putting it at 1.5.
ways that you do on these shows and in your work and your writing. And it has really shocked and shaken my system to feel like I know you so well, to know that I know you so well, to know.
Okay, now I got to put it on normal so you guys understand what we're dealing with here.
That I know your good heart, and to see the kinds of slander that's been placed upon your head over the past few weeks, and to feel like, you know, I feel like I'm in a unique position.
Back to 1.5.
There's a little bit of fear of, oh, I'm going to, you know, come out and open my heart now after watching all of this viciousness and share some of my story and hold you through this process of getting to share a little bit more of yours. But I am the best person to do this because I know you on a level that most people will never get to see. And I've known you for 18 years. And it really feels like a member of my family is hurting. And I feel it every day. And I think that's something that people don't think about when
Is he literally ugly crying right now, bro? Oh, women really love upholding the patriarchy.
they attack the image of another human being that they've never met or that they
And literally, we know we love a good cry, but I hate when misogynistic men cry as a way to weaponize vulnerability, as a way to convince women that they're actually being in tune with their emotions.
feel like they understand from a tiny sliver of a perspective that they get from something like a podcast is how many people who love them, who are standing beside them, who are their family, get hurt in those same arrows of pain that are cast. And I feel both the fear and the sacred duty to step forward and speak to the person that I know and stand with you. So it's been really hard. It's been really hard. Yeah.
And that's been one of the hardest parts for me is that, you know, I've been in positions before where I've been attacked for different things in different ways, but nothing that's reached this level of volume and kind of just the meanness that people have shared, you know, and to think about those who love me like yourself. And I think about my mama too,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and like having people cackling and being like, Aubrey Marcus is a garbage human. And I think about her like holding my feet and how we've loved each other since the fucking beginning and never.
I have to go back to 1.2 because now they're crying together. Please be so fucking for real and explain to the internet how God told you to impregnate 2 women. Like, don't even try to act like I'm innocent. You said the most whacked up, fucked up shit, and we just want clarification on it, bro.
Wayward. And just, I'm grateful that she's not, you know, on the internet in the way that all my dear friends are. But I think about you and, of course, my, you know, beloved wife, Vi, and Alana, and everybody who loves me, and just think like how hard that is, you know, because I know how hard it would be for me. Like if people were coming at you like this, like try and hold me back.
That's how it felt.
Like fucking try and hold me back, you know? Like I don't know how I could do it.
I think about it every day. And it's, you know, one of the things that really broke me down also is like at first, this has been incredibly painful to see the way that the venom has come towards you. And but as I tuned in with Alana, you know, feeling her an aspiring poet, and already she is a poet. She just, you know, is still in the process of bringing forward her work. And she's a very private person. And she did a brave thing by coming on and talking about this, you know, intimate structure. And when I reached out to her to check in with her, just feeling, you know,
Going back to 1.5.
her devastation at feeling like she didn't get a chance to be seen. And there's a great sorrow in that. And I've heard, you know, a lot.
Chat said, is this a cheat to open thing? Fun fact, no. He did not cheat his way into an open relationship for once. This is actually weirder than that. He negotiated with his partner. It was consensual. But then he went over to visit, what was it, guys? The pyramids or something. And then he found the sound of God told him to be with 2 women and to get them pregnant. And then he had to tell his wife, and she was devastated. And then she realized that it's not her job to argue with the universe. And now they have a third who's like a billion years younger. And now here we are. Oh yeah, the goddess Isis. Thank you, the goddess Isis. Isis told him. You're right. Isis told him. You know, Chad says, didn't cheat but coerce them, right? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. I would say, given the context of the situation, because he ended the relationship with the initial partner, right? So he was with somebody, and then they ended their relationship, right? So did he intend to coerce them? Because I think the Vailana lady he married, I felt like she he made it so she had to say yes, which is like a version of coercion, right? Like he put her in a position where her lack of interest in opening the marriage wasn't an option, but yet she wasn't able to leave him like the initial person he was with. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm annoyed because why did one woman leave and say like, no? But then is this the woman? This isn't the woman that left, you guys are saying? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who's the woman who left? Because she's the one with the most input, I feel. Maybe not the most accurate, but she'll have a better input, I think.
We've sat in circle with our dear friends. We've had lots of conversations about the best way to walk through this moment. You know, is it something, you know, a lot of people handle controversy like this and slander like this in the public perspective by just not addressing it and turning away and not saying and not giving it any attention or energy. And that's a very valid way to cope and to handle it. And there might be some, you know, intelligence to that for sure. And I felt you doing your very best to get to that place of like, I don't care what people think about me. But at the end of the day, you know, I think that something dies a little bit when we stop caring. Mm-hmm. And in our heart of hearts, human beings, we deeply want to be understood. We deeply want to be understood. And so feeling this just so suddenly personally aware of the fallout and the collateral damage of these sort of phenomenon where people, you know, get into sort of a mob mentality and find a story that...
Okay, hold on.
You've been in very unconventional relationships, you know, obviously very publicly on that side. So kind of talking about just like navigating that and then like tips and tricks you have for people. Obviously you've been in an open relationship, you've been in a monogamous relationship. So talk about the open first. Obviously I know that that's hard for people to wrap their minds around, obviously. But I think the biggest thing that you talk about that I love hearing about is that how much, don't think people...
Those dark nights of the soul to a certain extent. Yeah. And so really it just showed me what...
This is Whitney Miller, I guess the person who was with him as well.
What kind of relationship do I want? It gave me huge communication skills, which I don't think I would have had the opportunity to get because it's a very specific.
Who is she though? What is she, a singer? This girl was born to shine. Aubrey Marcus. Somebody said like she talks about the whole thing, but like she made a video after the Holy Poly show. Where? I don't see it. I'm just trying to figure out, like, is she also stable and reasonable? Like, that's the problem is, like, I can't tell what's going on with these people. But I don't trust Aubrey Marcus, and I feel like these women aren't being victimized by him, right? All right, let's go back to this one.
Justifies what feels to me like bullying, you know, no matter how powerful that person might seem or how justified it might feel. It brought up a lot for me also with my personal history, which is, you know, when I was young, when I was about 12 years old in middle school, I was bullied by groups of girls for being a slut. And I'd never even kissed a boy. And they would surround me and...
Uh-oh, is this video going to be like women suck and men are safer and like I don't like women? What is this?
Call me names. And it viscerally lights a fire in my body where it's like, no, I want to stand up against this. And not with force and not with the same energy, but with the torch of compassion. It's like, we have got to do better than this by each other.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this phenomenon of just putting a label on someone to negate the nuance of their humanity, whether it's slut or narcissist or whatever you want to call somebody, or, you know, conspiracy theorist, or you can count the names by a dozen, but you label somebody. And
yeah, from my perspective, like we're coming in sex positive. Again, I strongly believe in the success of polyamorous relationships, as I strongly believe in the success of monogamous ones. But I think most relationships will be unsuccessful because most people are trained to settle. And this is proof of it. They were engaged and they're no longer engaged. Why? Why is it even titled Ex-Fiance? Sacred Confessional. Oh my God, I didn't even know it was titled that. Sacred Confessional? Do you not understand? What does that even mean, sir?
Then you negate their humanity, and it's the cause for every witch hunt, every inquisition, every war, every atrocity is this idea that you can completely negate the humanity of another person by ascribing them to a label that contains them in their entirety. And it's part of the propaganda that's allowed people to go to war from the beginning. And then the moment why it's so subversive, like that Christmas Day in World War where they were playing soccer, you know, the Allies and the Germans were playing soccer with each other. And like, that's so subversive because then they realize that they're just kids. You know, they're just kids like that want to play soccer. And like as soon as we recognize humanity, like all of the vitriol starts to stop. But as long as someone's, you know, left-wing extremist, right-wing Nazi, whatever you want to call it, and it's not that there aren't, you know, movements or things that need to be fought against, like the Ku Klux Klan, for example. Like, yeah, all right, it's fucked up. Like, we need to fight against anybody who identifies with that type of ideology. But at the same time, we have to understand like the unique human prism underneath that. Like, this is the evolution of consciousness that we need. And the irony of this whole thing is that it's come from within what you would, in quotations, call the spiritual community, who are acting in the opposite way that any true spirituality is. Old spirituality, like Lakota spirituality, Aho, Mitaku, Yeo, Yasin, we are all related. Like, hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Like what happened to the basic tenets? And also like that doesn't preclude the deep compassion that I have for people who've been through a lot of pain and trauma, like especially the women. You know, there's a lot of women who've been.
I just love women. They're my favorite. That's why I'm anti-trans, because we got to protect the women's. Look, I might not agree with everything a woman does, like wearing rouge, but I want to protect these women. And who's going to protect them if not me? Jordan Peterson, the great hero of women. If only I had other people to fight for women. Maybe I should call up J.K. Rowling. J.K., she won't talk to me because I'm not a woman.
Through a lot of pain and trauma. And, you know, you're one of them. When I met you, you were in a relationship where you were experiencing a lot of pain and trauma, you know, or coming out of it. I don't remember the exact details, but.
And on the way out.
On the way out.
Not out.
And then subsequently have had your.
Toxicity in the city, in the city. Everyone's so toxic, bro.
Your own further experiences, and those details are not important.
Very many, yeah.
But what's important is to just recognize that, like, I get it. You know, like, men have been shitty. Women have also been shitty. I remember when my college girlfriend cheated on me with one of my best friends, you know, and I remember how fucking devastating that was and how it hooked.
Doesn't the best friend also suck, though? And also statistically, but also
hooked me in this desire to continually prove myself as worthy. And then she would keep, you know, her infidelities and her own manipulative strategies to keep me hooked in. And it was made me insane. Yeah. So it's not like it's only men that have hurt people. Of course, there's, you know, we share in the responsibility. The infidelity numbers are not just men cheating on women. It's also women cheating on men. And that's only one vector of the type of, you know, challenging situations.
And that's only what's being reported, you know?
For sure.
Not that
and infidelity is like really high, but it's like a symptom of a issue amongst people. Like something I keep hearing T.S. Madison say, which is actually pissing me off, because she's in such an unhealed bubble. She's in such a toxic bubble where she's like, I would love to be monogamous, but, you know, I date men, black men, and because they're black men, you know how it is with them. And I was like, and she goes, their nature. And I'm like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, why are you talking this way about people's lived experience? And that's because people have convinced you that you are literally born to cheat. That clip had me shook. I was like, girl, she is so old, and I get it. She is so wounded. I get it. She's so traumatized. I get it. And I know people really defend her to the T, but her ideas are bad. They're rooted in trauma, a lot of internalized racism, a lot of fucking shit based off of gender, ironically enough, because you know how it goes. Like we need to talk about it. I think it's bad, but I think it's bad to think men are born to be cheaters. I just think that's like such a bad narrative, you know?
It's a laughing matter, but it's just, there's so much complexity to the interior human experience. And that gets completely lost as soon as we put a label on somebody, especially when that label is coming with the charge of and this is not to say that, you know, we shouldn't speak what we're feeling or what we're seeing, of course. There's a value that you're working through of having certain things reflected to you that's helping you really drop in and say, okay, what are my blind spots? What am I not seeing? And what I'm sitting here for today is for you, because I love you, absolutely. And also because it feels, I'm passionate about all of us taking extra discerning steps at this time when the collective is going through so much shock and disorientation, and there's lots of global strife and helplessness and frustration.
Actually, pause. Discord said comparing leftists to Nazis. What he said earlier, like there's extremist leftists and there's Nazis. Just for the record, most extremist leftists who are of the younger generations at the most extreme will give you like housing and food. The right wing at the most extreme will kill you for being Jewish and black and gay. So I don't know what leftist he's talking about. I don't know who he's imagining because he's an old man. I don't know what he's imagining. But when I think about young people that are leftists, I was like, oh no, they radically want to feed you? I mean, I don't know what he's thinking of when he says it. So I don't know. But if you take leftist theory to the most extreme, it's like radical funding of people's lives. And then right-wing rhetoric is just like the subjugation of people. So...
and anger. And it's so easy to discharge that energy onto somebody else once they have a label. And it is imperative, I think, right now that we stop and take a breath.
Is this for the people that were talking bad about him? Or was this even for the ex who said he might be a narcissist? Which, by the way, everyone's a narcissist. Healthy narcissism, negative narcissist, but not everyone's a narcissist, right? So like, I think to be in his position, he does have to think. It's interesting because you want to have a healthy ego. You want to have a healthy ego, but sometimes the best way to be successful in the world is I want to monologue about this so bad, but I'm trying to stop myself. Don't monologue, Brittany. I don't think he has a healthy relationship with himself, his beliefs, his relationships, or his ego.
Breath and rehumanize the people individually that we are aiming our energy at, and really drop in and reconsider the mystery and the beautiful complexity of the interior human soul. And I feel like I got a bit paralyzed in this because of taking those steps. There was certainly a fighter in me that wanted to immediately stand up and charge and kind of bite back. And that's an impulse I think we all have when our values feel threatened. So I was able to feel...
or one of our beloveds
feel threatened. Right, totally. Our
beloved, you're my beloved.
Family. But what I was able to do was kind of pause and recognize, okay, if I react in certain ways that my impulses are telling me to, I'm falling into the same pattern.
Level of consciousness that created the problem in the first place.
Yes.
And, there's a primal impulse, and this impulse gave rise to the name scapegoat, because a scapegoat used to be a sacrificial ritual where they would place all of the evil and all of the free-floating anxiety that the culture was feeling onto a goat, and then they would slaughter that goat. And then with the slaughtering of that goat, it would temporarily assuage this free-floating anxiety because they would feel like they killed the evil. But the scapegoating impulse was also part of all the public hangings and all the public burnings and all of this. It was like, let's put all the evil onto this. And then crowds just cheering as people were tortured. Because there's this primal impulse to externalize the discomfort you're feeling within, place it on an animal or a person or a group of people, and then scapegoat them and then destroy them. But it's only a temporary solution. It will never actually address the deeper issues that you feel. It works for a hot minute. It's like a pseudo solution.
And also the deep subconscious awareness that you're actually affecting harm and participating in violence, whether that's psychological, emotional, or physical violence. I think about the essence of what's happening a lot of the time in culture when we find somebody who has enough evidence to seem like they're worthy of taking that position and being the one that gets scapegoated for something that, is a collective pain point, is a big wound, is a trauma point for a lot of people. As soon as we start to do that, we start to participate in the same pattern of conscious response that people were using when they went on those witch hunts, when they went and did those rituals with these living beings.
Okay, so I'm going to translate because it just sounds like they're basically creating a narrative that makes him feel like a martyr. He's saying that he's the witch and he's being hunted because people misunderstand him. But if people really got him, they'd realize he wasn't a threat. I feel you, but also, so say something. Like just target the points that people were confused about instead of making a 2-hour podcast, bringing an ex on to try to tell us you're not a bad person. Just like make a video and say, hey guys, I see that you guys have questions about my life. Let's talk about it, right? What did I mean when I said God told me to impregnate 2 women? What did I mean by that literally? Well, what do you mean by mean? Wait, Aubrey, trust me, I've been here. Don't answer without a lawyer present. What do you mean by God? Don't answer it. It's a trick. They're going to make you a Jubilee meme. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you talking about? Okay. It's like, do you remember? Okay. What was my reaction when boys on the internet tried to harass me and called me a cult leader? Did I get my best friend to come on stream and be like, Brittany's really great, guys. She's not a cult leader. No, I showed up on stream and said, hey, some misogynists on the internet obviously have an issue with me. If I'm wrong, prove it. But here's my receipts. Thank you for watching my stream. Like, prove it, Marcus. Just like, how hard is this? Show up, give us the receipts, go home. But instead, it's like this whole story. And, oh, talk to my ex-fiance. Look, this is the great, like, look, I'm not a bad guy. This woman's, I've been inside her. It's like, girl, just become a YouTuber and show up with the receipts. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing?
And I think about the deep effect, deep down, maybe on the surface to the conscious mind at that point in time, that felt like it was relieving some kind of collective or tribal frustration. Maybe it was creating a sense of peace or a perception of safety in the community, if it was a witch hunt or whatever. But deep down in the subconscious, in the body, we, human beings have carried the wound of remorse and guilt and sorrow for participating in those kinds of torture without trial, without due process.
Right.
And I was watching that. It might sound extreme to compare these things, but that's really one of the first things I thought of with this, because a lot of the accusations and name calling that I saw happening was coming from people that I regarded as spiritual leaders or spiritual,
so a bunch of people that you regarded in high esteem are coming for the person you feel closest to. Maybe it's time to reevaluate your relationships. Instead of reevaluating her 18-year relationship with Aubrey Marcus, she said, all these people that I respected were worried for us. They must be wrong. That's why people are saying you're a cult. That instead of asking yourself, like, am I wrong? Maybe, is this a bad relationship? As if none of us have bad fathers, bad brothers, bad cousins, bad relationships. As if somebody somewhere isn't leaving a 30-year marriage with someone they thought was great only to find out they weren't. Right? Like, that's the irony, is like, we don't know that. And I can't read Aubrey Marcus's mind. And I'm just saying, off the evidence I've seen, like, I wouldn't touch this guy with a 10-foot pole. But for her to sit here and think she isn't, let's see if she follows the sentence up with, after they reached out, I really started to question myself. Because we've all been there. Like, you think you know somebody and then you find out something about them and you realize, like, oh, like, I was a victim. Like, we're not looking at these women like they're bad people. We're concerned about them. We're literally like, hey, are you okay? We're just mad at Aubrey Marcus. We're not, these girls, you know what I'm saying? We're not looking at them like they're bad. We're looking at them like they're victims. So we're like, hey, you good, bro? But like, if you're good, you're good. But like, this does not reassure me. I am not reassured.
Teachers, at least. And I was watching this kind of feeling like, well, this is, in the witch hunt, nobody cared if the witch was really guilty. They just wanted to see the witch burn. And that broke my
throw her
heart.
in the river, and if she swims, she's not a witch. Or if she swims, she is a witch. And if she drowns, she's not a witch.
Oh, she wasn't a witch.
So either way, she's dead.
Yeah, and we've got to stop this.
If she swims, she burns. And if she drowns, she's innocent, but oh well.
How dare he co-opt a heavily feminist, incredibly female-centered AFAB specific experience and co-opt it for his male experience? Like, sir, you are literally worth millions for selling an app to tech bros. Sit the fuck down.
You like...
Yeah, God rest her soul.
Yeah, like, it's like, and that was literally, one of the trials. And this is hyperbolic, and it's not to, ultimately what's happening to me. The pitchforks are made of pixels, and, the arrows are made of letters. So we're fortunate we're in a different time. There's not a mob of angry people, who are going to put me and tie me to a stake and then light me on.
And that would have been wrong, by the way. It would have been wrong if the mob had come and physically hurt Aubrey Marcus. I am never advocating for this. We are having a disagreement on values and morals, and we're concerned for the people in your life, right? But like, I would never recommend going to his comment section and bothering him. I would never recommend harming him. I hate the mob as much as anybody else, because the mob is not intelligent. The mob is it's not good, okay? But this isn't a mob. This is a concerned community. This reminds me of BDSM communities when we all came out against 50 Shades of Grey, because we wanted to set a standard for the expectation around consent in our communities, because 50 Shades of Grey was giving such a bad reputation to BDSM, and vanillas were reading that book and mimicking the book, and the book is abuse. And so a bunch of BDSMers were like, no, don't do this. And a bunch of spiritual people came out and said, do not follow Aubrey Marcus. And Aubrey's like, I can't believe you guys are coming for me. It's because you're making everybody look bad. But he doesn't understand that. And now he's dropping it. He's turning it around and being like, I'm the victim. I'm the victim. He's like a white Christian who's like, it is so hard being a white Christian in the United States. Like, we are constantly attacked. We are constantly attacked by these homosexuals, you know? And he's like, okay, relax, buddy. He's like in the most privileged position he could ever be in. And he's like, this is why later on when he uses the word queer, you guys told me it's coming up, I'm gonna gag. He's very much like, oh, yes, Chad, the victim complex. It's ridiculous.
Fire slowly, like that's not actually going to happen. And the fact that that did happen is one of the darkest elements of our human history possible. Mm-hmm. In this story, though, you know, like you have the unique position. And also, like, I've had to come to the point where, yes, I care about what people think about me. And also, I can't care that much. I have to be willing to play the sacrificial scapegoat if that's what's necessary, because maybe for some, it'll be the mirror that reflects it. And like, am I willing to do that? Am I willing to be the devil for some? Because ultimately that role, you know, may be necessary for what their own karmic evolution needs. So my peace, which is hard fought and I'm still working at it every day, my peace comes with like a greater understanding that perhaps I do need to play this role for now. And at the same time, like I also want to help those who are willing to see what's been going on in their own mind, and so that they can travel this evolutionary path, what they've believed in their own, you know, metacognition, their own, you know, information gathering, their own.
Discord said, did you ever seek a spiritual leader, Britt? No, because I don't believe in it. I think it's bullshit. I think spiritual leadership is bullshit. I think there is a difference between finding somebody who's accomplished something you want to accomplish and learning from them, and the difference between seeking out a spiritual leader that is going to charge you thousands of dollars or over promising you anything. No, I am not religious. I do not believe in God. I do not believe in magic. I'm not interested in your constructs. I want to know what's true. I do not want to know what you think is true. So I personally, no judgment to everybody else, but kind of gay judgment, I'm not interested in paying a man to spiritually lead me anywhere. Okay? Spirituality through capitalism is bullshit, in my opinion. Okay? Like, what are you doing? And I just don't believe in it. But you got, you know, you do you, everybody. Discord said same. Yeah, I just don't like the vibe. That's why I don't understand why people think I'm a crystal girly or like a spiritual person like this, because like I've never engaged in any of this. Never. Okay? Like I've just never engaged in any of this. Either it's true or it's not true. And what is true might look different than what the world thinks is true, but I am only interested in what is true. Outside of our egos, outside of our personas, outside of our healing, like what is true? Outside of us, what is true? That's what I'm interested in. You know? Chet says it's a neurodivergent aesthetic, maybe, but see how this bubble does not feel neurodivergent to me at all? This does not feel like a neurodivergent bubble. And so like the neurodivergent spiritual bubble online, I understand I kind of have that aesthetic, like the witchy one, absolutely. But also, this bubble is exhausting to me, let me tell you, you know?
Epistemological process of how they get to know what they know. And so in this story, like, tell your experience about us getting together, what it was like to be with me. You know, I'm young, I'm dumb, I'm wild. Okay. But like, who's Chris Marcus? And again, I changed my name from Chris to Aubrey right around the time that we were splitting when I first did my ayahuasca, but I was Chris Marcus back then. Still the same person. You know, I just went by my middle name after that. But what was it like to be with Chris Marcus?
Yeah, I just want to say, I hope people who are listening and watching this will feel the truth of my heart and my body as I share these things. We did not even get to have a drop-in conversation before this podcast. And I was like, oh, you know.
Okay, wait, Chet makes a great point. Chet said, I'm a crystal girly, but for fun. But like, I believe in it to an extent, but I believe in the placebo. Okay, I love me placebo. I love me some tarot. I love me some meditation. I love me some science that shows you that prayer meditation is beneficial to you. I love all of the stuff that makes us feel like magic is real. I love that my relationship is so high compatible. It makes me feel like I got my Disney story, right? I love that I think my relationship is what everybody actually wants when they watch a show, Only Healthy, but I know it's not magic, it's just high compatibility. I love that life is so amazing, it feels magical in the way that people think magic works. Not in the way that magic might actually exist, but in the way we think it works, right? Like that vampire coming through your window and meeting you and you guys are super compatible and everything's great, except healthy and wonderful. Yeah, I feel like I got that thing I was reading about as a teenager that I was like, I want the feeling of what's being conveyed, not the details on the paper, right? But I know that's not what's happening. It's just the fact that we're so high compatibility. So that's why I think humans create art, myth, lore, magic, God out of what the feeling they're looking for or that possibility of having that thing. And so when I hear these people say, literally, this is my experience, or God, I just want to know, do you literally think God told you to impregnate 2 women? Or do you think you were inspired by the universe to procreate because you think you have good genetics? Like, I just want the details. I love engaging in spiritual bubbles. I don't like hanging out with people that are like really, really deep believers. I don't actually believe in it. I'm just having fun with it. But I do not feel comfortable hanging out with like hardcore believer, like people who would change the way their life was going that day because the card said so. Like, we're not hanging out. Or if we do hang out, it's going to be a very fun relationship, friendship. But like, yeah, like when I got with my partner, when we were courting, I said, hey, what's your Myers-Briggs and what's your tarot? Like, what's your sign? None of which was actually the reason why we became a couple. But it was fun to do together. We love when we get on TikTok and they're like, astrology signs, are you compatible? We're like, ooh, do us. And we have so much fun as a couple. Nothing about our relationship is based off of those things. Nothing about us being together has anything to do with when we were born. And for some people, they are. I saw that Button episode or whatever that show was where some sign came up and she's like, oh, I don't date that sign. Or he was like, I don't date that sign. That's crazy. I would never not date you because of your color, gender, sign. But some people won't date people because their skin is too brown. Let's be so for real. So like human beings are very weird when it comes to beliefs. And I'm not interested in engaging with weird beliefs. I'm interested in engaging with people that are considered weird because they might have figured out something that other people haven't figured out. So when I meet a weird person, I'm trying to decide, are you a weird person who figured out something that everyone else didn't, so that's why you're weird? Or are you weird because you're actually just weird and I should engage with you? Okay. Chess is literally discrimination with a different mask. Literally. I don't want, no, thank you. Okay. Also, that was so Virgo of you, chat. I'm just kidding. I don't know what that means. I don't even know what that means. I just wanted to make a joke. I don't even know what that means.
I want to do right by this opportunity to talk about this because it is so personal and it's sacred to me. And I want people out there to understand that I'm very proud. I'm very proud of our relationship. And that's what makes me so angry because to disgrace relationship with you is a disgrace to one of the things I'm the most proud of.
Bro, they're really crying still, bro.
My entire life. And that's the truth. And I know to the marrow of my bones that that's not an illusion. It has been a hard-won, precious treasure of my path and hard-won. You know, I could have absolutely chosen the path of distance when we separated to soften the pain of separation. And I didn't. And I want to tell as many people who have the hearts to listen why. I met you, Aubrey. I met you when I was about 23 years old. And we've told this story already on podcast, so we won't spend too long on it. It's out there, but...
What was I, 27 then?
You were 25.
I was 25?
You were 25. You were young. Maybe even, because we're 2 years apart. So yeah, you were 25. And
by the way, she's not crying alone. He is bawling. His eyes, his whole face is covered in water. He's crying.
I'll give him this. He is very charismatic, and he has been since the drop, and he has been since before he, made the Onnit money and all those things. All of that wasn't even an idea yet. He had a marketing company.
Onnit is his app.
And he was flashy then, you guys. He was like, this is not, I giggle and sneer at the same time at the spiritual materialism kind of like arrows. And it's like, the man likes nice things.
Exactly. But so he's always been superficial. Not that I like nice things too, but not in the way that he likes nice things. Remember how I said when we were watching their documentary about his little cult that it's like a bunch of hot rich people that got together and feel like they're really doing something deep, but they're just having sex and doing ayahuasca? Like, yeah, you guys probably spent $5,000 on hats that will end up in landfills, or like, and I'm not even judging it because you have the money, but I'm kind of judging it because like he started off this podcast being like, there's all these wars and protests and things are happening, but you didn't say free Palestine. You didn't actually say donate to this thing. You mentioned that bad things were happening, but you didn't actually say which side you were on or donate money. And do you know why? Because he's an RFK Jr. fan. Just a reminder that he is an RFK Jr. fan. Him and his cult love RFK Jr. Is this not, thank you, just a reminder. He was wearing RFK Jr. merch, his whole little documentary about his little cult. So yeah, we're not going to like you, bro.
He likes him some nice things, and he's been that way probably since he came out of the womb. But you were brooding, emotional, charismatic, magnetic, generous, and romantic. And he courted me, and it was, looking back, I'm 42 years old now. And looking back, it was a blessing. It was a totally new world, getting to fall in love with Chris Marcus and have our first date be in Las Vegas and all of this. And it was a wild ride of goodness. Like, I remember, when we met, he hadn't had any ayahuasca yet. There's so many funny things that have popped out of this current trendy conversation about, doing too much psychedelics or whatever. And so it's just, I laugh at these
But I
things
was
a
doing
lot.
psychedelics. I mean, I started when I was 18.
You were.
At that point, I was 7 years deep into, and actually did ayahuasca once. It just didn't do anything except make me poop. So I don't count it as the first time because it didn't really affect me.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was a more sporadic thing. It was certainly
because I lost contact with my first shaman who brought me through journeys when I was 18, 19, 20, 21. And then we kind of just went our separate ways. And then I was on my own path of exploration.
Yeah, I still remember you teaching me what chi was. That was like my first step into my, spiritual exploration. I was a bartender and a model, and I was just like living the good life in the sacred profane, all of that. And it was a real beautiful first magnificent love. I got to travel out of the country for the first time. You're very mature. We sincerely, I actually think you remember us fighting more than I remember us fighting. To me, I could probably recall on one hand in nearly 6 years together, fights that stood out. That was not characteristic of our relationship. We had a really powerful synergy, and you were generous with me. And one thing I will say is that's very distinctive about you between other people that I've dated is you never, ever tore me down. You never tore me down. You constantly invited me to see how magnificent I was. You constantly called forward the queen in me, very literally. You'd make me vision boards of my so I could see you made me an altar, and you made me a vision board for my queen, and wrote me poetry and surprised me and did so many things that I never experienced that level of honor, really, and always celebrated me, always.
Listen. I don't like queen language unless you're gay or a woman talking to another woman. I don't like it when people are like, my king, my queen. I don't like it. Boo. I don't like this. Oh, he never talked bad about me. He didn't have to manipulate you. He didn't have to abuse you. Your abusers never have to say one mean thing to you to be abusive. Yeah, 100% love bomb me, or some variation, okay? But I really think couples who give into my king, my queen shit, you're high on your ego, bro. Humble yourselves. Nobody's a king. Nobody's a queen. We're all just people. But if you have to convince yourself through cope that this is my king, this is my man, this is my woman, you're doing that thing again where you're pedestaling your egos instead of just realizing you fart and poop like the rest of us. Relax, okay? This moves into gender roles, which moves into expectation of behavior. The queen is this way, the king is this way. I'm not interested. So this narrative of I was a queen, you made a vision board for me. Okay. And I still don't like this lifestyle, this belief. I think this is bad. Do I think it is where they feel the most comfortable? Sure, but I'm not about to celebrate it. And so people ask me, well, Brittany, what's the difference from you deciding you don't like it to you deciding that it's just how different people live? Listen, different people live differently, and I can celebrate a lot of different ways that people live. I just cannot celebrate this one. I don't think it's good. It doesn't seem healthy. I'm not excited for them. I don't believe them. I think if asked the right questions, their bullshit would crumble. I think they are never, ever having conversations in a space that doesn't allow them to bullshit the rest of us. No one's ever there to actually ask them questions. It's not like they're being interviewed. It's not like they actually have to answer for what they said. They're just hyping up each other, talking with each other. They're like, I'm not convinced. I'm not saying the open relationship is the issue. I'm not saying the fidelity thing or the close fidelity, whatever thing is the issue. I'm not saying the spirituality is the issue. I'm not saying drugs are the issue. I'm not saying any of those things are the issue. I'm saying it's all the other stuff mixed into that stuff that's the issue.
Put me on the pedestal. There was no like icky
Same
like
thing. You put me on the pedestal. Red fucking flag. Nothing more misogynistic than a man who leads by putting women on a pedestal. So it tricks the woman into thinking that she's actually not secondary to the man. But if a man leads and puts you on a pedestal, the man is still higher than you. That's why I also don't believe in leadership in relationships. Neither of us are the leader. We're co-captains, bitch. We're both doing this together. Nobody's leading anybody. Okay?
Like, oh, if I got too big, you had to, make me feel less than. Never. Not even when we split, which was definitely one of the most painful and challenging experiences of my life. But even then, and we can explore the details of all of that if that feels like where we want to go with this. But even then, I will say I distinctly remember, and I don't know if I've shared this on a previous podcast when we talked about our journey, but I remember standing in the parking lot one of the last times I saw you before I left on my own odyssey, which turned into my dark night of the soul and just like a wild adventure that I would never trade for anything, by the way. I remember you saying, Caitlin, you're the best of the best. Go out there and light up the world.
Still true? Still true.
And yeah, and I was pissed. I was like, whatever, bye. So it wasn't like, but I carried it with me in the dark, in some of the darkest environments. And I don't mean this to shame any region. I love Las Vegas forever, like a piece of my heart. I love Hollywood in an artistic way. As a writer, I love it. But one thing that happened for me, comparatively to maybe what happens for a lot of people when they go through big breakups,
This is on 1.5.
that are super painful, is by contrast, when I got into the ordinary world, so to speak, if you think about like the hero's journey kind of frame, I went out into the wild. Like, I'm going to go, bye, I'm pissed. You and Whitney have a nice new relationship. I was
Oh, pause. So Whitney was already in the picture when they broke up? So are you telling me every single relationship this man has had to end or change because he wanted to bring another woman into it? What?
really like, oh my God, I'm going to go out. I don't know what to do. Everything's so different. It's so shocking. I'm going to go have my own adventure. And I got out there into the world and I was like, damn, people are, a lot of people are so dishonest and so objectifying of women and treating me so badly. And all I knew from being with you was being treated right, being treated with respect, being treated like a queen. And
I hate this language. I hate it. And let me tell you, the amount of fights I've gotten into with men who are like, I just think she's a queen. I want to pedestal her. You're not allowing this woman to grow. You are keeping her hostage to your misogyny by disguising it as lifting her up. It's bullshit. Don't fall for it, because even though the men are convincing you, they just want to treat you with dignity. They just want to raise you up. They want to worship you. You cannot be worshipped and humanized. You cannot be worshipped and dignified. You cannot be worshipped and pedestaled and be seen as a real person. They are objectifying you. It is a form of objectification. They are not with the real you. They were with the version of you in their head that they're willing to pedestal. But the moment you're a real person, off the pedestal. So he went from pedestaling her to saying she's a queen to dumping her for another woman. Got it. Why was that, I wonder? And then Whitney was the next partner who also left the relationship because he wanted to open it up with another partner. And then Ilana was with him until Vailana was with him and then she was distraught over the fact that, and then she wanted a baby. So she stayed and they had that baby, I guess. And then Ilana came into the relationship like, okay, buddy, I'm starting to see a pattern.
it was, it clarified for me. Instead of me writing a story about how bad you were because we broke up, it actually clarified for me, that's an amazing human being. And I don't care if we're in a relationship or not. I want him in my life forever. And that was part of my awakening back to opening my heart again so we could be friends. There's a lot more I could say, but I'll pause there because it's not all about me and my relationship.
Yeah, I mean, we'll advance the story as we go. But I want to talk about a lot of life is about knowing yourself. Know thyself is one of the first and most important proclamations of any spiritual seeker. Know thyself. And during the time that we were together, I knew that I had a large erotic appetite.
Look at her face when he said large erotic appetite. Large erotic appetite? Do you know what I'm saying? You know I am a sex worker. You know I'm sex positive. You know I've had so many orgies. I'm bored of them. You know I don't care if people are having sex. But I do sure care how you talk about it. I sure give a fuck on how you talk about it, girl.
And we were super open about that.
Oh, yeah.
However, the frame that...
Wait, chat said, didn't he say opportunity? Wait, go back. Did I misunderstand?
And during the time that we were together, I knew that I had a large erotic appetite.
No, a large erotic appetite. That's what the subtitles say. That's what I heard.
And we were super open about that.
Oh, yeah.
However, the frame that was in my mind was that it's normal for men to have a large erotic appetite. However,
so it is normal for man. Well, that's kind of objectifying. Not all men operate the same, bitch. That's the other thing. See, all men have this appetite. Are you sure about that? Are men even allowed to say out loud they might be asexual or demi? Are men even given space under patriarchy to say that they're not actually that interested in booty and that they actually don't care about sex? Are men actually en masse given an opportunity to say that, like, I'm actually not that interested in it? Do we know that about men?
It is abnormal and non-mammalian in our impulse for women to have a large erotic appetite. So while I celebrated you, whatever you were wearing, however you were doing it, standing on the highest table on the tallest pedestal, and I was just fucking holding up a torch, like, look at her go. Like, I was super loving that. I didn't have in my mind the frame of polyamory at all. So what we did was we had an expanded version of our monogamy where we would have other lovers, female lovers always. And, we won't name names, but there was other attempted male lovers who would literally be crawling, like scratching on the door of our bedroom, like a cat that wants to get in and get food when we would have our adventures. And it was beautiful. It was sometimes hard. At the start, it was sometimes hard. But what I felt from you was this just like deep love for me, and also, you're a little bit gay, and so it was mutually.
Turned out it was gay enough.
So it was
gay.
So it was.
Women are lovely.
They are indeed. So it was this thing where it was like you loved me and honored me and respected, and you wanted to lavish me with the pleasures that were in my desirous heart, and actually found great joy in that. And we spread great joy to our lovers. They were like our family. They were like the closest friends to us, and it developed this kind of ohana of people that we were with, and we'd take trips together, and we were all together, and we're still friends. With them, like the key players in that story today, like close.
Yeah.
Like forged a love.
Discord said, "Hey, I hate this." Oh, hey guys, just so you know, I hate this. I fucking hate this. I hate this. This is everything I hate about underground communities becoming mainstream. Because it's like when normies get a hold of anime. It's like, can you please go away? I actually preferred it when it was almost underground. I hate this shit. They're so bad with consent. They're so bad with language. Listen, I've been through enough toxicity and drama with everybody in my whole life, but the greatest form of communication happened to me in BDSM and polyamorous circles because we were actually talking through things. And yes, we were all traumatized. So that was like a whole thing. But we communicated so well with each other, and a lot of ego can be there, but I would say that those people were sniffed out pretty quickly in the community, because there's always that dom who thinks they're better than everybody else. There's always that polyamorous couple who thinks they're the hottest shit ever. And yeah, nobody likes them. Like, this is what they feel like to me. You're just like that couple at the dungeon that everyone rolls their eyes at because you think you're cool because you got a Bugatti. You're kind of like ruining the vibe, honestly. You can't come to the party. You can't come to the orgy. It's like bringing down the vibe.
Level of closeness, but I didn't have in my mind the possibility that, okay, well, maybe this is something that my partner, my female partner, would want too. I didn't have the framework that maybe I could just go to you and say, hey, like, I'm really feeling something, for Whitney, maybe we could open this up and maybe you could have other lovers too. And so what happened is we split, which is the typical story, people split. And I built like a wall out of respect for you of like, I'll never cross
Out of respect for you. Oh, guys, he's just respecting her. I'm sorry. I take back everything I said for the last hour. He just respects her. My bad.
The erotic or intimate wall with you because I love you and I don't want things to be messy and I don't want.
I care about you.
I care about you.
Yeah, it was a clear, energetic boundary that has stayed ever since, and I'm super grateful for that. Actually, I think at the time there's all sorts of interpretations that we can make, and I will say, and it is natural when heartbreak happens, which is what happens when there's separation of love or a transformation or a change or loss. It was a grieving experience for me to lose our romantic relationship, and we were engaged. And
do you remember when that other content creator on the internet in an open relationship was being toxic and open? And I would say, like, yeah, this is not a good example of an open relationship. Like, you're a bad partner. And people were like, well, it's because he's open. It's not because he's open. It's because he's a bad partner. It's not because he's open. It's because they're all traumatized, unhealed, and they have bad values. It's not about being open. It's not about being a man or a woman. It's about what that means to you and how you justify your actions based off of that. Like, don't you understand? It's not about the sex shaming. All the people that are sex shaming them, I don't care about those people. I think I'm one of the better people to review a couple like this because I'm not going to judge them for having sex or for opening their relationship or doing any of that. I'm judging them for all the other stuff. But the problem is they're going to wrap me into the same, because I'm being very like dramatic today. I'm being very loud and judgy, but they're going to wrap me up into the same criticism they hear from other people. But I'm telling you right now, if you want a healthy, open relationship, a healthy polyamorous relationship, a healthy relationship anarchy situation, a healthy monogamous relationship, it's not this. There's something deeply wrong with their use of language, with the way they're communicating. And I try my best to translate for different bubbles. If you're new to my content, like I try so hard to translate for different bubbles, but no matter how I translate this, I'm still getting red flags. I'm still getting red flags.
But I will say this. I can say, looking back, that there was a little deep part of me that sensed during our engagement that there was that wasn't quite what, and this is maybe transgressing your agency to say this, I don't know if you felt this or not, but I could sense and kind of brush aside this little awareness that really marriage for you as like, I kind of was like, all right, we've been together 3 years. She just got engaged. Where's my ring? And there was like a little, I don't even know if you remember
I didn't really feel that pressure from you, but yeah, I want to talk about that because. But
I sensed it wasn't maybe.
You're pointing to something that's true. Mm-hmm. And like, if I'm going to be totally honest, like, there was I'm such a romantic, and I'd wrote you the engagement poem.
Yep.
I found you the perfect ring, and we were at the perfect house in the perfect place.
The dream house.
Yeah, and it was the perfect time, and I wept.
Actually, that's a great point. Chet says, Discord said what frustrates me about Aubrey is that he's in this bubble that claims to be about peace and love, but so many things show that he doesn't think about, interact with marginalized communities in a respectful or meaningful way. The beliefs are not substantiated by the actions. He may not be a literal narcissist, but his spirituality definitely seems self-serving. And more than that, he's always talking about peace and harmony, but his life is so chaotic and trauma, like it's so dysfunctional. That's the thing, is like, your life is dysfunctional though. Like, so make it make sense. Like, you know what I mean? Like the stories that are making you go viral are ones of dysfunction.
And I gave you the ring, and I felt like. But
then again, why are we even working this hard to figure him out? He's an RFK Jr. fan. That's what I'm saying. Like, why we're being so open-minded to listening to him because I keep forgetting he supports RFK Jr. Conspiracy theorist, anti-vax, says what about autistic people? Right? Like, we already know what his mindset is in the bubble he is in. How could you support that? So like, I even keep forgetting and keep trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. And then I go back to remembering that, which I assume means he voted for Trump, which I assume means he voted for a rapist, which I assume means he doesn't actually give a fuck about women and respecting them, which means these women don't respect themselves. How could you sleep with a man who voted for Trump? Do you know how my partner and I spent the morning today? I was drinking my coffee. Well, my partner Googled which celebrities support Israel because I was upset over Disturbed's lead singer being pro-IOF and anti-Palestine. My partner's like, hold on, let me find out who else we don't like. And I was like, thank you. Like, that's how we spent the morning because we have the same values. because he knows the last thing I want to do is support bullshit people who are supporting a genocide. So if he's supporting RFK and supporting Trump and supporting everything that's happening, then I don't give a fuck what he thinks. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, this man is sitting here saying, I want peace on earth. Let me vote for a rapist who's supplying money and weapons and efforts to a genocide. Cool.
But there was some part of me that you're speaking to that was like, I hope this works. And I hope that in the giving of this ring, it brings us to another level that will allow an evolution to happen where I will be fully satisfied.
Yeah.
And that's not the reason to give a ring. And so I'm culpable and I'm at fault for that moment, even though I don't regret it because it was beautiful and it was one of like my favorite memories of all time. Like I remember like every second of that moment where I got on my knee and I proposed to you. Also, like I've had to look at that. And again, with Whitney, when I did that, it was a similar thing. It was like, I'm giving you a promise, but there's a hidden condition.
Wow. Is none of that going to be called out? Are they going to call that out at all? That he proposed to 2 women and took it back? And now he married a woman and then told her, like, I'm going to open the relationship. Did he marry Vailana and then tell her I'm going to open the relationship? Or was he engaged to her and then told her and then they got married? Or did he trap her in marriage first, then bring it up, then force her to have a baby?
On that is like, I'm making this promise, but I'm doing it in hopes that something will evolve that isn't quite there yet. And that's, I've had to really deeply come to terms with levels of shame and also like guilt because a wedding ring is a promise. And I got both of those rings back. And I was like,
oh, chat said, speaking of the podcast, how come when you first made the podcast, I could find it on your main channel, but it's not there? Because I have a new podcast channel. Let me get you the link. I have a new podcast channel, guys. I moved it over because I think the podcast was getting, I think my channel is shadow banned. I'm almost positive this channel is shadow banned because it just really struggles to take off. But I started a new podcast channel and the first video got 50,000 views. And I think because that channel isn't shadow banned. So, of course, like that was just a fluke because I talked about JoJo Siwa, but I started a podcast channel. So let me get you the link. And then I'll post it. But yes, I have a second channel now.
Am I like Sauron, the Lord of broken promises and failed rings? Like, is that who I am? And yeah, like I was able to convince myself in those moments, like this is what I want, and I believe in this. But if I was really being honest, there was some part of me that wasn't fully reconciled yet.
Yeah. Thank you for your honesty. And I also knew somehow.
You wrote a poem.
I did. I wrote a poem about your nature. Is it
Wow, got a lot of poets in his life.
The one about the pirate? Yeah.
It was an old poem.
It was old. No, it was like.
Also, I have a playlist at the bottom of my main page, which shows you the updated videos. And I've been posting on my YouTube timeline videos for the podcast. And I've been posting links in the Discord. So if you have not been seeing any of my posts, I also think that's why I'm shadow banned. So FYI, I literally post the new podcast on all my social media and I post it on Patreon and my Blue Sky. So if you want, chat says, no, I mean like the channel itself showed as a link on your homepage on the main channel, but it's not there now. I mean, the channel itself showed as a link on your main page. It's still there at the bottom. It should still be there.
I knew a man lips wet with rum or something like that. And the end was while we were together. I was such a brave little poet. I'm like, basically, I don't remember it anymore. I wrote it during a college writing class, poetry class. And, but the essence of it, what came through was like,
wait, in his latest IFS therapy, he said his ancestors are Ashkenazi. Is he Jewish? Interesting. IFS is really great. It's like a really great form of therapy. I feel like a lot of people weaponize therapy talk. I feel like he's really good at weaponizing. He said shadow, right? Carl Jung. I think if he's doing IFS is considered like really great therapy. But it's also like one of those things where I think it's been co-opted by a lot of really shitty people and they get a little crazy with it. Some of the craziest people I know have done IFS and like lost their minds. And I wonder about that all the time. But then some of the most grounded people I know have done IFS and it's really helped them. So I really think this is the difference between like, are you going to lose your mind doing this therapy? Or are you actually going to like, you know what I mean? Like you are the participant. You also have to make the therapy work for you. But interesting.
Speaking to this knowing that was in my intuition that you weren't really wired to settled down into the white picket fence narrative. And it's kind of heart-wrenchingly ironic because the place we got engaged at was like the ultimate white picket fence house. Totally. It was totally white. Everything was.
IFS means internal family systems, right, guys? Someone's asking in chat. It's internal family systems. It's a really interesting idea. Like, obviously we don't explore it here because I'm not but like, it's a really interesting. Chat says, wasn't IFS founded by problematic folks? I don't know. I don't know the history of it. I don't know anything about it that much. I just know what I've heard about it and what I've seen about it, but it's not my area of expertise to speak on it.
Totally.
Like a storybook. And but we're both, similar creatures in the sense that I think we're both poets. We've talked about this before when our books came out very recently, but I think we both have a little bit of a wild streak that is kind of here I'll at least speak for myself.
Some people feel like it's culty. I don't know, because I've heard from some therapists who think it is literally some of the best. And I've done DBT myself, but then some people I know, like I said, have like, I don't know. I had a really bad first introduction to IFS by somebody who was doing it and they felt really ungrounded to me. But then I've met some people who really think it's been beneficial and some therapists who really speak highly of it. I wonder what Dr. Kirk Honda thinks of it, because that would give me an idea of how to think about it.
Enjoys the wild adventure of life and like really exploring what it means to be here on this planet. And that happens for you through relationship and through eros or intimate, physical intimacy. I know some people out there are real sensitive about the word eros now, but that is what it is. It's eros. It's beautiful. And it is a path. It's a very, I think something that's important and something that I learned here is ultimately at the end of the day, because when we broke up, there was no platforms. You had barely started your podcast. I think
Ooh, Dr. Kirk Honda has a video podcast about internal family systems from 8 years ago and Bothersome IFS a year ago. So he's got some content on it. I might give it a watch and then let you know what I think.
Maybe you recorded like 2 episodes in your living room at that point or something. But just within our community, my family, some of my friends, there was immediately like this heartbreak of the broken, fairy tale that we were supposed to be. We represented something to everybody in that chapter of our lives. It was a vision of hope. It was a vision of possibility. And that was heartbreaking for people because their vision broke and their hope broke when we split up. I see some of that happening now in the change of the dynamic with Vi, and that's, for further down the road here. But what I came to evolve through it was a lot of people wanted to make you the bad guy. Like, oh, once we became friends again, how can you be friends with him? How can you, even think about being friends with him and his new partner and all of these things. And for me, I came to a few different determinations. One was like, at the end of the day, I am not interested in monogamy, like holding monogamy around a person who doesn't want that construct anymore. Like it's not something that's interesting to me, really. I want to feel the choice. And if that choice isn't present anymore, that's a gift of honesty, in my opinion. That was a gift of honesty that you gave me, even though it was really uncomfortable. It wouldn't have been a better life for you to swallow and eat your true desires and keep them from me. I wanted the truth. And I've always wanted the truth from every lover and every partner I've had since then. And beyond that, I went on to live in, nightlife.
I do think it's true that the best thing you can do is be honest and transparent with people so they know what they're getting into. I think like Aubrey Marcus sounds like a guy who was really going through it, quote, and didn't know himself and kept overpromising and continues probably to overpromise, honestly. He sounds like a big overpromiser. And I think it's probably related to his desire to always be the person who can provide and make things happen. But he has no humility to admit truly before overpromising. And so then people forgive him because he like comes off very emotionally aware and he's crying. But the issue is like, you shouldn't be putting people in this position to begin with. That's the issue, is you keep putting people in this position. You should earn the wisdom to discern and to do preventative work, right? So I'm a little confused on the timeline. I know this was like 18 years ago and they're building up to a story of present time. Does anyone remember when he got with Vailana? Was that 8 years ago or something, or recently? Because he had the same pattern when he met her. So I'm trying to think about that kind of perspective, but I think it's, listen, when you're raised in patriarchy and you're taught to believe that a man never shows his emotions and men can't feel safe to be vulnerable. So when a man is finally vulnerable with you and he's crying in front of you, I've had this happen where I broke down when I saw a man break down in front of me, where I was like, if this man is this in tune with his feelings, he must be a good person. only to realize later down that when men cried in front of me, some of them were in many ways like unintentionally utilizing and weaponizing those things in the way that women are often accused of, like weaponized tears. But I think that some people do it almost like a little kid trying to protect themselves, but that doesn't mean that you have to make room for it, or like that they somehow are more in the right because they're being vulnerable. And like, what is real vulnerability and like what is healthy? Like, I can't tell you. Like, I remember when my partner told me that they cheated on me, and I was like pretty shocked about it, because I was like, why? Like, you didn't have to. You could have just left the relationship. Like, there's so many things you could have done otherwise, right? And I remember that he broke down in tears. And I remember that I spent the night comforting him. And in that moment, I remember like, what is this? Like, why am I comforting the man that cheated on me? Why am I comforting the man who lied to me? Why am I comforting and it's because I've been trained to do that. I've been trained to think that if a man shows vulnerability, you have to meet him there, because women weaponize vulnerability in men, and men are so afraid to show vulnerability that if I in any way shame him for showing the vulnerability, that I'm doing a disservice to him, without understanding that like I didn't need to be that person who did it. Like, I didn't need to be the person who did it. Yes, Discord said when you said partner, I had to remind myself you meant ex-partner. Okay, ex-partner. Yes, and then I had to think about it, even with the partner before that who did not cheat on me. I remember one day they were telling me their story about their relationship with their dad, which was like non-existent. And I remember crying, and they're like, oh my God, a woman's never cried for me before. And I was like, well, that's just such a sad story. And we were talking, and it felt so vulnerable and real and intimate. And then I just realized that I'm autistically compassionate, and everything makes me cry, including when babies smile. So I'm not sure that it's significant that I cried for you, but I think it's significant that you haven't cried for yourself. To be honest, I don't know how significant it is that I cry over everything. I just feel very deeply, but it's just like, that's probably not even me. You know what I mean? I just think it's more interesting that you're not crying for yourself. And then once again, I was made to do the emotional labor because this man couldn't cry for himself. I would cry for him. Instead of realizing like, okay, I need to deconstruct this, which I eventually did, right? I eventually was able to deconstruct it and say, I see you. I am a witness to this. I need you to go be vulnerable with somebody else. Like, I'm not laughing at Aubrey Marcus for crying. I'm laughing that he's crying in this moment as if this is the moment in which I am supposed to see his tears as significant. Just because he's crying doesn't mean it's significant. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like crying on the spot because of something, he could just be very emotionally like that kind of a guy. But we're taught to think it's significant because, quote, men don't cry.
In Las Vegas and go through my own, sovereign journeys where I saw all sorts of infidelity and deception. And I don't want to paint the picture that married men are deceptive by any means. I know there are so many wholeheartedly devoted, happily married, monogamous men out there, and happily committed monogamous men out there. And I also know that there are a lot of people, men and women, who have bound themselves into a commitment, and instead of exploring who they truly are or being honest about who they truly are and being honest about what they really want, have just compartmentalized, hidden that from their partner, and built a relationship of monogamy on top of dishonesty. And that's something that ultimately I felt like if I've learned anything from this, I respect the truth. I respect the honest willingness to be vulnerable and say, I'm learning more about myself, and I'm called in this direction, and this is what I feel, and I'm brave enough to tell you.
And to me, I think, this was an error we made on the podcast.
But to be clear, right? So she's been with him, known him as 18 years, friends with him, seen him go through multiple partners, including Whitney, and didn't think his pattern of behavior. So she calls him honest. She keeps calling him an honest person. But then he's repeating the pattern of dishonesty, and she has been by his side through all of the other partners he had to be dishonest to first before he was, quote, honest with them. See how she's giving him credit for being an honest person? But we know his relationship history because he told us, and it's a dishonest relationship history. He might not have cheated, but he kept getting with people under false pretenses, which is a lie. So why is she giving him so much credit for being an honest person? If he didn't, you know what I mean? Like he repeated the pattern for multiple relationships, including the one he's in now.
We called it radical monogamy in the field of erotic mystics. It should have been called radical fidelity, because fidelity is being faithful to the truth, in my opinion.
Oh,
and that's really what this is all.
See, he's romanticizing being a truth. Oh, you know, Debate Bro used to do this all the time. Do you remember that was one of the manipulation tactics Destiny would do? He'd be like, I'm really honest. Everything I say on the internet is there. What is Brittany talking about? Everything about my life is public. But I knew it wasn't public. And I knew that him and his ex had asked me to keep it private because they were working on their marriage and they didn't want to destroy this other person's life. And so I didn't tell anybody anything because I thought they were working on it like an idiot, only to realize I was just one of the people they were deceiving because they were trying, not necessarily his ex. I think his ex actually genuinely thought they were working on things, which I consider her a victim in the situation. But that's what Destiny would do. Is he'd be like, I'm honest. I say the truth. And so his audience thought I was crazy and he weaponized it. That's why I get mad when he gets positioned as this liberal guy who debates Republicans over women being emotional. Like Destiny will say, like, when are women more emotional than men? Men are so much more emotional than women. And then he'll turn around and be like, Brittany's cluster B, she's borderline. So I'm in recovery. I've been to therapy. It's not even a main character in my life. What are you talking about? What does that matter? You're the one cheating with Lauren fucking Southern, who was married at the time. What are you talking about? I'm not the one doing that. And so like, that's the weaponization. So when Aubrey Marcus goes, I'm a truth bringer, I tell the truth. When she goes, you're such an honest guy, it's a weaponization to set up a perception of Aubrey that makes it so any criticism towards him doesn't make sense since Aubrey's so open about his life. Aubrey's so honest about his life, but it's bullshit.
About is it's radical fidelity. It's being faithful to the truth. And, so I get together with Whit, 18 months, we're, monogamous-ish, we still had, we had lovers that would join us, but I still didn't have this idea that it was normalized that women may want other lovers too. And that information came to me from reading Dr. Chris Ryan's book, Sex at Dawn. And he talked about all of these different indigenous and concurrent cultures that had a different view, in the bonobos and different other mammalian species. And I was like, oh, maybe it's not just me that desires this. Maybe it's okay if my partner desires this. So at that point, I remember I sat down with Whit at our kitchen table and I said, hey.
I like how he didn't say, I didn't realize I was a misogynist who thought only men's pleasure mattered. I realized my female partner's pleasure also mattered. I love that he didn't use any of the language that actually was the problem here, which was misogyny and sexism and bullshit.
I'm really feeling like I have a polyamorous heart. And like, that's the journey that I want to take. And she was like, got it. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. I'm out. And I was like, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm so, like, breaks my heart, but I totally understand. Then, one day Whitney comes over to the house and, we are out by the pool and our attraction never stopped. And so we were attracted to each other. I was not in a committed other relationship. We were just dating. So after that experience, she was like, all right, I want to give it a try. And I was like, okay, well, so you're free to see other people. I'm free to see other people. This is polyamory. It's not a lot of people doing it. I don't know a lot of information about it, but this is what we're going to give a try. She's like, I'm in. And what I can say is that because I already had a lover, I was the first to be engaging in that, extra relationship. Now, so Whit moved back in pretty much. And then we kept the apartment for a while, but ultimately she was back in. But for that first, 8 months, maybe even up to a year, I don't know how long it was just me with another lover. And Whit really had a hard time with it. And when I look back, and I've apologized to Whit like 1,000 times with tears in my eyes for this, like, I didn't have the requisite compassion for how hard it was and how hard it would be. And so I was like, what do you mean? You agreed to this. Like, why are you so upset? Why are you giving me so much grief? Why the emotional reaction? So I was not as sympathetic as I should have been, like, because I hadn't gone through it myself.
Yeah.
And then she got her first set of lovers. And fuck, it was so hard. It was so hard. The competition, the comparison.
I never had these problems. In my 10 years of doing open and poly, I never had these problems. These were the problems I never had. We all had problems because of like childhood trauma, but we didn't have problems because of the poly or the open. Like the jealousy stuff and everything, like people dealt with it. We went to therapy. Like we never cared. I was very good at being poly or open because I don't experience jealousy. I don't care. Like we had a very, like, I am so glad this was never my story in a sense, because I get to have that experience that is like That's why when I hear stuff like this, I'm like, you were doing it wrong. Not that open and polyamorous people don't have a learning period, but if you're truly sex positive and truly in the bubble and you truly know what's going on, then you guys have done the deconstruction enough from monogamy to get into it. But if you're monogamous without the deconstruction, you're going to have a hard time in open and poly circles. By the time I had become poly and open, I was working on deconstructing monogamy anyways. That's what I'm saying. He's not deconstructing. He's not actually doing any of the goddamn work. He just put his dick in places.
The effect on my own self-worth and self-love. It doesn't mean that I didn't fuck up a billion times. Of course I did. And I've had so much pain and trauma that I experienced, and I'm sure she did as well. Like, we were just figuring shit out. Mm-hmm. But then the crazy part is at the end of the day, like, I mean, and I'll just stop there because you were there the whole time. Like, we were all homies in this ride or die clique together.
Yeah.
So like this revisionist history that's existing is just so painful for me.
I know.
It's
Is he crying again?
I loved Whit, and I'll always love Whit.
I know. I've watched you. I mean, I understand the ways that sometimes our minds cope with loss and separation. And I've spent a lot of energy these past few weeks trying to make compassionate sense of some of the narratives that have been coming forward.
So they are talking about Whitney, because Whitney, according to chat, came out and said he's a narcissist. And so now they're like, Whitney, I can't believe you left the cult and you're telling people about us. Like, I didn't even need Whitney's confession, by the way. Whitney, I never needed to know that Whitney thought he was a narcissist for me to be like, this man feel like a narcissist. Not even an NPD narcissist, by the way. He doesn't even have to be NPD. But like, he is so high on his own farts, bro. He probably farts into a jar and tries to sell them for $500,000. You could never come close to Amaranth's farts. Just kidding. We don't like her. But you know what I mean? It's so silly.
As people have put you in this box. And it feels so just unjust to the truth that I've witnessed and that I've lived. And I say that with a whole heart. You
also very common for women to be utilized in misogynistic and sexist bubbles by abusive men who need women to soften the blow and convince other people he's not a danger. Because if women like him, he must not be a danger. I'm so bored by this. This is every abuser they love this tactic of using women to do their dirty work. That's what he's doing. He asked this woman to do his dirty work for him. Instead of coming out in a video with receipts, like a good YouTuber, he showed up with his ex-girlfriend saying, tell the world I'm not an abuser. This is abuse tactic 101. I'm bored.
I don't think you've ever tried to position yourself as an immaculate guru who is never doing anything wrong and is right about everything. What I've seen is you be bleeding.
Exactly. Tate did the same thing. You're right. Andrew Tate had the same exact MO. Had women come vouch for him, and then later when they felt safe, they said otherwise. Like, that's the thing, right? Tate had the same thing. Look at all these women around me. Women love me. I take care of women. Bugatti. And then you realize, like, he's abusive. That's what I'm saying. Listen, the way I have defended shitty men, only 2 years later after healing, realized, like, my bad, guys, I defended a really shitty man. The difference is that I eventually saw the truth. This woman has been here for 18 years and still hasn't seen it. Girl is in it deep. Girl is in it deep.
Sweating human being that is wearing your heart on your sleeve and talking about everything that you learned through all of your mistakes for many years now and simply sharing that with the world. And my experience of you and our relationship of always, you went on to have great success and get a lot more resources, which you poured generously into your lovers and into your employees and your community. And I mean, the list goes on and on. Yeah, it's very tender territory because I've been thinking about this specifically a lot. And as a woman, I see some of the commentary about power dynamics. And, really in this particular most recent case with Alana and Vi, there's been a lot of judgment or speculation about them not feeling truly in their power, truly in their agency, truly choosing the life that they're in because of this imagined power dynamic. And not to say that you don't have power, you don't have great resources, you do. The devastating.
Yeah, where's the conversation about misogyny or white supremacy? Or I know allegedly the internet says he's mixed, whatever he is, okay? Why aren't they talking about it? Because they're not in the bubble. See how they're not progressive and leftists? They are just centrist conservatives who like believe in spiritualism. Be careful thinking spiritualism is not conservative. Why do you think so many like indigenous black and brown communities can be Republicans? Now, a lot of the traditional Republicans usually leave those communities to be integrated into conservative bubbles, and a lot of the indigenous people stay and are progressive. But why do you think homophobia and transphobia and all these things are rampant in our like spiritual communities? Because ultimately, are they deconstructing their traditions, right? And so like, P.S. there's a new documentary series I just found on Disney called Soul Food. It's really fun. It's like really good and the food looks delicious. I recommend. Hosted by a black chef, female, who goes around looking for black and indigenous food all over, but it's like very inviting. It's very good. It's yummy. I could smell it through the screen. It looks great. Okay. So all I'm trying to say is, wait, I lost my train of thought because I was thinking about food. I love that. I love cooking shows. Wait. Damn it.
And frustrating reality of it is that you use them as blessings.
Chad said someone's hungry. I am hungry. I'm hungry to never eat this podcast again, bro.
I find it not in service and in honor of ourselves to essentially, when we as women make a concession about what it is that we want, what we need, what we feel, whatever that may be, because we want to still get to receive a resource or a resource of some kind, or feel secure financially, or get to have connections, or whatever all of these things might be. If we are silent or compromising those needs because we want to receive those resources, we're not doing ourselves a service, nor are we doing a service to the man either. Like, that's not it.
This is so gendered and binary.
Be lovely if all the men everywhere who had lots of money and power and resources could just feel into the deep hidden needs and desires of our heart and be like, okay, never mind.
Well, I mean,
that's
that's fundamentally, like, I worked to do that by not creating any leverage.
Yeah.
Like, fundamentally anti-leverage. Like, no matter what you do.
Oh, they're not using any progressive language in order to communicate like how power dynamics do impact the person from a systematic perspective. And so they're lacking the nuance that I'm looking for as a progressive, where I'm like, your language is talking about power dynamics without any of the deconstruction language attached to it. And by the way, she's on 1.5. So her slow talking is 1.5 slow talking.
You get all of this unconditionally. Doesn't matter what you decide. Doesn't matter what you do. Unconditionally, you have my love and support. I actively work to make sure that there's no leverage at all, which is also why there's no fucking prenup with Vi.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if she wants, like, whatever money she has now is the same amount of money she'd have if she left me.
He's worth like $20 million, right? So he's saying that she'll get 50% when he leaves?
Yeah. I think that's something that a lot of people don't know.
It's the same amount. I don't want people to be with me because I have money. I want people to be with me because they fucking love me.
Sure.
Like, that's the whole point.
I believe that. I believe he wants people to be with him because they love him. I think the dilemma is that he doesn't love himself in that real way. I think he is like a little boy looking for love, but he doesn't know where to get it or how to do it. And he's convinced this is how you do it. But what I learned in my life is like, none of this is what love is, but all of this is what society convinces us it is. Adventurous, hot and heavy, sexual, larger than life, pretty, complicated, toxic, difficult, all of the things. So like Chad says, no, he's saying he'll continue to support them financially. I knew a rich guy that was paying his ex's rent and asked for nothing in return. Yeah, I think that's bullshit. I don't like that. I think it's a way, I think it's a control thing. I do. Because unless you're a person, like, it's one thing for me to pay my siblings rent because I'm their sibling and they know me, but it would be another thing if my other sibling paid her rent. See, here's the thing. I have a sibling that you don't take money from them because they're going to use it to control you. But my siblings know if I pay their rent, I'm not going to use it to control them. So I don't trust anyone who's going to pay my rent because it is rarely without a sense of control. My parents, as an example, my mom and dad would say, we should buy a second house, which they couldn't even afford it anyways. We should buy a second house and you guys can rent it out. And I'd say, no, I don't want to rent a house from you. And they'd say, why? And I was like, because you'd want me to be Catholic in the house, right? And they were like, well, you can't do non-Catholic things in the house. Like you can't have lovers over or something. And you can't like be naked in the house. And I was like, yeah, exactly. It sounds like you're helping your kids out. It sounds like you're renting out a house. It sounds like a good idea, but the requirement of my behavior in relation to this house is not what I'm willing to sign up for. If I was a Catholic kid, sure, that'd be easy. I'd be like, I'd do that, but I'm not going to do that. Do you know what I mean? It's like he says, like, no strings attached. I unconditionally love you, and you have my support, which is also a red flag. I unconditionally love you, but you do not have my unconditional support. And, you know, I've had people get very confused about this. I've had people say, Brittany, how can you say you unconditionally love me, but you don't unconditionally support me? I will never support self-destructive behavior that you have reported to me. It is really difficult for people to like hear what they say. But if every time you come to me and you are crying over your relationship, if every time you come to me, you explain it as abusive, if every time your partner is, you know, talking about the relationship, they're crying and they're confused and it's abusive, then yeah, like I love you unconditionally, but I do not support your relationship, right? Or if you come to, like, I can unconditionally love people without supporting them unconditionally. So when he says, I not only love you, but I support you unconditionally, no strings attached, I don't believe him, or he has very bad values, or he's very bad with boundaries. You should have a line in the sand you draw that says, I cannot support this behavior. But we're talking about a man who most likely voted for Trump, who's a rapist. If he's an RFK Jr. fan, he's definitely probably a Trump fan. Or at least was willing to vote for Trump because Trump was willing to have RFK Jr. in the White House.
Mm-hmm. Real, honest love. Not like some manufactured leverage love. I want to feel love.
But sometimes it's harder to say that, you know, this felt damaging to me simply because I loved him so much. You know, and that's not something he did to me. It just is the truth of the pain of separation.
And by the way, my parents would say, because chat says, if you love someone, you can't support their bad behavior. You want them to be happy with themselves. My parents would say, I love you, but not your lifestyle about being gay, right? Right? So the dilemma is, like, from my perspective, I don't consider gay one of those things. But from my parents' perspective, they do. So they're like, we support you. We love you unconditionally, but we can't support you unconditionally. They love that I'm successful and that I have a job, but they don't support my job. They don't support my work. They support me being a YouTuber. They don't support my work, but our values are different. And so the deviation is in the values difference, except I would argue I'm more correct than them. I would argue I'm actually closer to objective than they are in terms of betterment for society than harm reduction, because that's what my parents are trying to do from their value system. And I would argue my value system is more correct and more beneficial to more people than theirs. But I can understand from their perspective, they see it similarly, where they can't condone the behavior because they think it's like bad for you, like a sin, right? So it's kind of interesting. I want to know what Aubrey's values are. Where is his line in the sand? He said earlier, the KKK is bad. Okay, but what if she became a KKK Nazi? Would you support her unconditionally?
Because once you stepped into marriage with Ilana, you know, that created a certain level of separation. And I experienced that, of course, with Whitney originally too, which coming back in as a friend.
Oh, wait, pause. Great question. Chat says, if your partner neglects movement and healthy diet, becomes sedentary, would you lovingly just bring it up? Yeah. So, okay. Are you asking because it's like you got somebody in your life? You don't have to say. Or are you asking me, Brittany, in my relationship, right? Because me and my relationship, we have a radical honesty relationship. We talk about everything, including our health, on a regular basis. We also openly talk about each other's food consumption and everything else because we talk about everything, but we eat different things. We actually often will share the same food, but we often also don't share the same food. We're both neurodivergent. We're very texture sensitive. If I have a favorite meal for the week, like she's not going to eat the same thing I'm eating every day, right? So when we're talking about the health of partnership, whether it's sexual health or physical health or spiritual health, right? Before you have the conversation, you must first establish what the relationship is, and so you know how to have the conversation. So like if a friend of mine was eating unhealthy for a really long time, I would approach it differently than if my partner was doing it. So first, before you bring up the conversation, first know what relationship you have with that person. What are the boundaries? What are the ground rules? And then use that to have the conversation. Chet says, was that an agreed value when courting, caring about food and movement? Not exactly. When we courted and we discussed health, we discussed what vices are we going to have in our life, how many of them compared to not vices, and how do we feel about like smoking, overeating, being fat, being too skinny, eating disorders, mental health. Like we talked about all of it so we could know when are we allowed to say to one another, like, this is not how I expect you to be stable and healthy. What standard of health are we going to adhere to? So we had those conversations, yes, during courting, because we both physically showed up differently in the relationship. Like I was chronically ill, as an example. So that's a reason some people don't date people. It's like, oh, I'm chronically ill. I don't want to date a chronically ill person. So we talked about health from day one, right? I asked them, what is your life like? Do you walk often? Do you get a lot of movement? Do you exercise? Do you go to the gym? What's your eating habit like, right? Chad says we're going to need that courting checklist. We're going to need that courting checklist. So like, it is the way you're having the conversation. It's like, I think what you're trying to establish with that person is like, can we really vibe in the way we are? Like I'm plant-based, but my partner's not plant-based. And that's, now we actually talked about this, like what could be the reason we got divorced? And we said, maybe the only reason we could get divorced, other than obviously abuse or something, is if we had a insane deviation in belief systems. So what if I actually became the kind of vegan? What if I became vegan? And what if I became the kind of vegan that sees animal meat as like human meat? Meaning my partner eating meat is like such a different value. I couldn't, right? But that's probably not what's going to happen, because I strongly believe we're animals on a planet. I probably won't ever be that person. I ask myself that because I can't believe I'm a person who's not eating animals right now. But I will say it would be very hard for me to imagine those two belief systems working together. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. So I don't think that's ever going to be an issue. Now, could my partner go plant-based one day? It's definitely within the probability, but it's not a requirement. I don't have a preference for what direction they go into. We both have a rule about harm reduction in our own way when it comes to our health and or the planet and or animals. And we do our best. None of us are looking for perfection. So health is a big conversation. We have it very frequently, and we have it very honestly and very kindly, very lovingly. And we have safe words to have serious conversations. So, hey, Yellow, I need to have like a serious conversation with you. When do you want to sit down and have it? And then they're like, ooh, let's have it in like 30 minutes. Let me get something to eat. And I'm like, dope. So like we safe word so we can indicate like, hey, no jokes, serious conversation. We got to talk about something. Or like, hey, Yellow, we got to talk about health stuff. And then we'll have a very serious conversation. And then, because otherwise we're so jokey, we're so fun, we're always like, blah, 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 that we need to have a safe word to indicate, hey, serious time. And then we sit and we have a serious conversation. Because, yeah. Yeah. Hope that helps.
I had to navigate that for a while and just recognize there is pain in the distance of, not because, if anything sexual even. And this is a challenge of polyamory too. It's just there is a finite amount of time and there's a finite, degree of capacity to be intimately connected, emotionally and present with another person. So when there's, somebody stepping into a primary role, which I know was shocking and painful for Whit and for, other beloveds of yours. And I was right there with them, holding them in that process of that transition. And also, full honesty, as your best friend, a little bit like, I knew you were in love with Philana. I knew you were looking forward and hoping and praying for the day where you could, step into marriage.
And that's
we were all like, oh, this is really fast, So there was a...
Oh, it was really fast, was it? Chad says, what makes someone more open to hearing versus defending themselves? Deconstruction. The requirement for the person that I was going to marry is if you're going to get defensive, you better quickly catch yourself, apologize, and fix it. You're not a bad person for getting defensive, but you are if you keep doubling down on it. So I married somebody who's very smart and very quick and very honest and very good at saying like, hold up, I'm feeling defensive. Let me think about it. I'm feeling attacked. Let me think about it. Okay, let's talk about it. I married somebody that both of us, right? No defensiveness is a protective mechanism that our bodies will naturally do for us. Our brains will do very quickly for us. That isn't the right answer. We know that if we're getting defensive, we're probably wrong, but we're not wrong for getting defensive. Does that kind of make sense? You know? So if we catch ourselves being defensive, we say, hold up, I'm getting very defensive. My body is so fucking strained right now. Give me a second. Why do I think I'm getting defensive? And then we'll talk about it, because nobody's going to get punished for doing a thing so automatic. So not even like, it's not even like free will, bro. Like, it's not even free will. I'm telling you, my body's doing it faster than my consciousness even know what's happening. And yes, I learned this in DBT. Chat says I learned this in CBT. I learned this in DBT, that my brain was getting defensive faster than I could ponder why I should even get defensive. So people are getting defensive, and then I have to go, wait, I'm getting defensive. Hold up. So again, you're not punished for being angry. You're not punished for being sad. You're not punished for being defensive, but you are going to be held to account if you double down and you use that as an excuse to harm me or the relationship or yourself. Yeah. I hope that helps. Chet says, does your husband eat a vegetarian meal with you? Sure. Like it's not like my partner doesn't eat food with me. It's just and I don't even eat vegetarian. I eat vegan. So like I eat plant-based. It's called plant-based. It's not called vegan. I eat plant-based, which means like no animal product. And yeah, like I'll make dinner. I'll be like, hey, you want ramen? I'll make like a vegan ramen or a plant-based ramen. It's not like they're grossed out by my food or something. They're just not having the same relationship with their food as I'm having. But like my partner is very supportive, like super duper uber supportive. They're always looking for, literally takes me on bus trips into town in Croatia to find health food stores that sell plant-based or vegan food so I can get like excited about what I'm eating. Like my partner's very supportive, you know? Chad says, does he like to work out or he's a high metabolism girly? Neither. My partner is, we're both very similar. We're not very into gym life. We're not very into working out. We're not into running or walking. We're both computer people. We like sitting at home and being with each other. And whatever our bodies look like, our bodies look like. You know what I mean? I don't have a requirement on my partner or I to be a certain weight or a certain aesthetic. We have only a requirement that we're joyful. And whatever that body looks like, as long as we're joyful, we're happy. So we don't put a restriction on what the body should look like. We put a restriction on the joy. Yeah.
I was holding that shockwave, and I understand how difficult that felt. But it is just to wrap that piece up. There's an opportunity, I think, at some point to come into the vulnerable surrender of just being like, damn, I miss you. And it's painful. And that pain is so challenging that it's easier on my system to make you a villain. And that's the way that I'm coping with it. Yeah. You know, I did that I never made you a villain, but I created distance for a while. I had to for a couple of years. And then I found my way back by keeping my heart open, because you are actually a really wonderful person, a really rare and unique type of soul. And I always wanted to be close with you, even if it was different.
And then Vi is single. And then all of a sudden, like, it's like, wow, I get my chance.
I'm going for it.
I'm fucking going for it. And I'd had so much pain in the polyamory journey. Like, and if you go back and listen or read my old newsletters or listen to my old podcast, I talk ad nauseum. Mm-hmm. Like to the point where people were like, stop fucking talking about how much this hurts. Like literally, like I got more messages like, we get it, you know? So I was talking ad nauseum about the pain of the situation. So I was like, this is so painful. And then Vailana's free. And I'm like, I'm fucking going all in. There's no way I'm losing. I'm not going to waste my shot. I'm not going to waste my shot. And so I've had to ask, like, in that moment, was I being manipulative or was I just blind? And I know in the marrow of my bones that whether it was a self-serving bias, whether it was fear she was going to be with somebody else, whether it was the...
Do you know what I love about my bubbles that are poly? If somebody comes for them and is like, hey, I think your relationship is bad, they'd be like, hey guys, welcome to my channel. Polyamory is a very confusing, but actually very common relationship structure type that you might not have heard of, but you probably have met somebody who's poly. Let's talk about poly throughout history. Fun fact, did you know the Marstons who created Wonder Woman were in a polyamorous relationship. And did you know after the death of Mr. Marston, the two women in the relationship stayed married and raised kids together. Like, they're happy and excited to share about their life. It's not dark and seedy and like dysfunctional. These people are making it sound like it's the most like they're every typical reason people are like polyamory fails. Polyamory is not failing because it's poly. It's failing because the people in it are dysfunctional. Monogamy doesn't fail because it sucks. It fails because you're dysfunctional. I'm sick of the people that are like polyamory is better than monogamy. Polyamory is not better than monogamy. Monogamy is not better than polyamory. They're both just relationship structures that depend on the health of the people participating in them, guys. Ooh.
Pain and trauma lens that I was looking through based on what I'd experienced, I was like, I'm in. We'll be monogamous. We'll have an expanded version. That was always our agreement, that we would have other lovers. We'd have an expanded version, but I'm down with this monogamy thing because this other thing was so fucking painful.
I mean, when you went for bi and you were like, I'm going for it. I'm proposing. Like, I was like.
Chat said, I didn't know that lore about Wonder Woman and the Marstons. Did you also know that they were professors and they actually created the lie detector test? And did you also know they were kicked out of university for then being with one of their students? Did you also know that Wonder Woman was taken off the shelves because she had a whip and they considered it obscene for children? Love bubbles. That's why Wonder Woman had that whip.
Easy there. You sure?
Sure.
And you, in the privacy of our conversation, take it for what you will, anybody who's listening to this, but I can testify, like, in the privacy of our conversations, which have like no holds barred, like we share everything.
We share everything. There's no risk. I'm not trying
to. He tells me his secret desires, even though they hardly exist, like always for years and years. And so when he came to me with this, since it was sincere, it was earnest. It was like, and I was like, this feels fast, because I knew your nature. And I was like, I've watched you. It's like, I've known you for a really long time. And like, are you sure monogamy is going to work? And so I had some of those thoughts, but I also wanted to just bless the truth of your experience. And something I want to say here.
So she knew his pattern with monogamy, but then let him get back into it anyway. And this woman, and then this is why I'm annoyed.
Really quickly, is I think we don't give enough grace to the perfection, call it the karmic path, call it, the fate or destiny or whatever it might be. I've had, some people in little moments when I got into the fray over the past few weeks be like, how can you let Vylana do this? How can you let Aubrey do this? You're not a true friend or whatever. And it's like, have you ever tried to tell somebody, anybody, your family member, your best friend, what they should do? That it doesn't work like that. You don't want people to learn because I told you so. Like, hey, Aubrey, I'm not sure that you're cut out for monogamy. Take my word for it and just don't propose to the woman that you love. It's not how it works. We all have to, we gain wisdom. We get to know ourselves, know thyself through experience. And so whatever experience you choose is actually the perfect architecture for what you're here to learn, what you're here to discover about your true nature. And that's really painful in situations. I know some people very close to me who've been in catastrophically abusive relationships. And I have prayed and cried and felt shaken of like, how are you ever going to get out of this? Are you going to live through this? Advice, prayers, like you can't drag a man to the altar, they say. And so I know the difference between sitting beside somebody who is still of their sovereignty, of their will, of their desire, choosing a path that's dangerous and self-destructive. In certain situations, it's important to express that. But I deeply know at this point in my life, after 42 years of life, that we learn through the experiences that we choose. And we have to find a way to trust each other's souls. And so in that moment, I was like, I was also stoked for you because Vylana is amazing. And I knew that this was something that you had deeply hoped for. And so I was unsure if you'd transition all the way into like monogamous Aubrey forever, but you did for a period of time and it was sincere. And you came to learn more about your true nature. And so the story unfolded,
You remember that when it was early on and I was in the middle of the bed and I had you and Vi on either side and we were doing a meditation.
Clothes on, platonic.
Yeah. It's always, and it's just so people know, those accusing Caitlin of being in the sex cult. It's been a fucking long time since we've had sex. Like
a whole other lifetime.
15 fucking years. Yes. So everybody relax.
And I'm officially engaged.
Yes.
To one of Aubrey's best friends. And
indeed.
My beloved Eric.
And my fucking beloved Eric. Eric is the fucking dopest.
Yeah.
He's the best.
But yeah, we were in a
so but in that moment,
I just did some Googling. I'm trying to figure out like his relationships, his things. Apparently he's been controversial for a while, but he's that typical kind of entrepreneurial bubble kind of guy, sold an app, made a bunch of money, not really knowing himself, figuring it out. Somebody said they attended one of his workshops and felt like what they learned from it was that it was fluff. I don't know. It wasn't a verified story. It was a Reddit story. And the guy said that what I realized is like rich people also don't know what they're doing. Listen to me when I say this. What documentary did we watch together, guys? About the rich people cult and I think it was a Vice one maybe. And they went to go hang out with rich people. And it just like seems like the same vibe. Nothing annoys me more than rich people with money who don't know that that's not the answer. Nothing pisses me off more than seeing people get money and still be unsatisfied with life because they haven't figured out money is not the answer. Girls, go meditate in the mountains without your money for a year. You can afford to. And see how much your life changes. Because I swear to God, if you think it's about nice things and Bugattis, you have got to be kidding me. If your spiritualism is tied to how like nice your car is, like what are we talking about? Like what are we even talking about? And again, this is somebody who thinks like spiritualism is sort of a subjective relationship you're having with your perception as like an evolved animal on a planet. The fact that he's referencing God or saying that God told him to do XYZ, the fact that he's like, hey, people think I'm running a cult. Let's bring a woman on to defend my reputation. Like, this is so silly to me. This is the most immature bubble. We talked about this the other day. Give me an adult in an anime shirt who's functional and happy any day over a guy in a nice suit who's fucking immature as fuck. The levels of immaturity from Aubrey Marcus and his ilk is crazy to me. And you might look at me and think I'm more immature than them, but I swear to God, the way they are so loosey-goosey with people's feelings, their consent, that child that they just brought into the universe. Oh yeah, they're definitely thinking about that kid. Sarcasm. They're not thinking about that kid. They're thinking about themselves. I'm so annoyed.
It was like, there was a big tikkun, which is a lineage word for repair. Mm-hmm. I could feel that happened in the field of honesty and a field of like integrity between you and Vi, where
it was the beginning of our true sisterhood that was always meant to be.
Exactly. And so, so we have this period and there's, of course, like I'd seen Vailana's light. I'd seen a little bit of, the craziness that happened between you and her, but I always like ascribed that to third person. And, but I just went fucking all the way in. I had signs and people criticized me for the signs that I got, but I got a crazy sign with Vi, like I got this visual of a fucking blinding star in my third eye, Burning Man 2017 after me and Vi had an intimate moment. And like, so I've had signs.
Burning Man people are like, Brittany, you got to go to Burning Man. You'll have a spiritual awakening. I'm good. Listen, it's not Burning Man that gave you the spiritual awakening. It was putting yourself in a position where you had to live life so differently than your norm. It felt like a spiritual awakening. And it only is a spiritual awakening if your life improves. How do you know you've had an ego death? You've changed. How do you know going to the gym is working? You have muscles, or you have some sort of proof. Your heart's better. Your cardio's better. Your breathing's better. You're having a better relationship with food. It doesn't mean you're lean. It doesn't mean you're skinny. It could just mean you're having a different relationship with your body, okay? It's just like, there's this thing that happens in these bubbles where everyone's like, I'm rich. I'm happy. My life is working for me. You look miserable.
So, Vi was like, don't forget this, dummy. And so I followed the signs and followed the lessons and I just went in and then we had a wild.
Ew. Chat, I think you're right, but it's disgusting. You said, I think once he discards these women, he's fine with passing them on to his friends. It does feel a little bit like it. Look, it's pretty normal to be friends of friends. Maybe they're very like small community, so they date each other, right? It happens with a lot of small communities. But I could see some variation of that. And also, how many of the girls want to stay in this bubble? Right? I don't know. Is it like a queer circle where we're such a small community we end up dating each other? Or is it something else? Chad says, how the fuck does one who would manage to experiment with spirituality and not get stuck in whatever this is? Listen to me. If you are experimenting with spirituality and you're in psychosis, having a mental breakdown, literally losing connection with reality in a permanent or a very scary way, you're probably engaging in things incorrectly. If you've thought money is the reason, or women are the reason, or sex is the reason, like if you aren't, spirituality is a thing we've made up to explain an experience we're having when we feel like we're having an experience that's like profoundly metaphysical in a sense, right? And so like you have to understand, what are you having? Deconstruct it, put it into a category. I want you to be grounded. The reason I struggle with explaining to people like what I'm doing is because I don't want to be associated with any of these bubbles. I don't think we need to rely on something that's not true, but I think our brains are so good at placebo, we don't need things to be true for them to be helpful. right? But I want you to be grounded. I want you to be reasonable. I want you to be capable. I want you to be kind and compassionate. And so when I think of introspection, when I think about my philosophy system, I'm not trying to get you to ascend to level 5. I'm trying to get you to have a deeper relationship with self, level 5, and your place in the universe in a non-magical way, in more of like a very specifically grounded way. And it's hard. It's hard to have the conversations without people making it sound culty or it even turning culty. So what I do is I put a lot of boundaries between me and my audience down that, you know, it's a give or take, because society works in such a way, like life works in such a way that you're going to meet, like I'm going to meet really good friends through this thing. It's not going to be the people that think they're them. It's not going to be, you know, in the way that you think. It's not about that. It's about making human connection, but understanding where it belongs in your life. And that's really hard. And then on top of it, I think the boundaries I create between me and my viewers, like one example is I wanted to have a retreat center because I thought it'd be cool, but I don't want it to be what Aubrey Marcus has, and I don't want it to be what Teal Swan has. So I've decided not to do it at all. I would rather not have a retreat center than have one and have it turn out like Aubrey Marcus or Teal Swan. See, they play with fire in a way that I wouldn't. They're saying it's worth the risk of having the retreat center, and I'm saying it's not worth the risk. And I think I have more wisdom in that sense. I'm saying you're willing to play with people's lives in a way that I'm not. All you need is one crazy person to come in one of those places and shoot everybody up and we're fucked. No. So I think that's the dilemma, is like, I don't think you need magic to have a deeper relationship with self, but I do think you need the wisdom of how to engage with people that are on the journey of finding themselves. And I learned through messy ways too. I definitely had some people come into my audience that were like, needed therapy, but they like were already in therapy, but it wasn't the right therapist and they thought it was enough. And I'm like, you're not even ready to start like some philosophical journey that you think you are. Like they would come to me and be like, Brittany, I'm a 5. I think I'm a 5. And I'm like, okay, well, if you think you're a 5, it should show up in your life. And they were messy and it was crazy. And I just like, hey, I'm going to have to ban you, or like, hey, I'm going to have to like cut off contact with you. You should go talk to your therapist. And the dilemma is like, they already are talking to a therapist. So then on top of that, what if you have a bad therapist? And that's the dilemma with all of this. His mentor is that pedophile guy, that Mark guy. He's Jewish. Wait, is he Jewish? Somebody said that Aubrey might be Jewish because his mentor is Jewish and he's kicked out of Israel. He has a warrant in Israel for engaging with a kid. So now, it's all coming together. So all I'm saying is like, I would rather not have a retreat center. And I would actually rather not be a therapist, which again, that's my risk profile. I don't want to deal with dangerous people. You know what I'm saying? And like therapists are so brave in so many ways because like I cannot deal with it. But at least therapy is backed by science, is backed by a board, is backed by accreditation. Like at least if you're a therapist and you're going through an education system, you have a better way of grounding people. But when you're like a spiritual therapist or like a guru, where is your grounding? You know? And that's the problem. Okay, Chet says he is Jewish. So he's Jewish, his mentor is Jewish, and his mentor is wanted in Israel, from my understanding, because he admitted on Dr. Phil and other places that he engaged with a minor. Oh, well, there you go. And all these guys are New York Times bestsellers who write about spirituality and stuff. You know what I mean? It's, yeah. It sucks. Like, it sucks. I think there must be a way for people to get better. And I think people are doing it. I just think people don't like the answer. Because the way I got better was to just work on myself in the simplest of ways. Make sure my health was good. Make sure my mental health was good. Have a good relationship with my spiritual health. Have a good relationship with my psychology. Just make sure that I had a good relationship, a grounded relationship with stuff. Be a person, show up in the world, and be kind. It was hard. It was difficult. But the simplest answer seems to be the one that's right, but nobody likes it. Nobody likes it, you know? Chet says, can you be homeless and spiritually awakened? I don't know what spiritually awakened means in your bubble. I don't use the terminology spiritually awakened. I don't identify as a spiritually awakened person. I don't adhere to that language. I don't think it's a real thing. I think if that language means like self-aware, do you mean, like, what do you mean by spiritually awakened, right? Because I don't use that language in my life. I don't know what that means. Usually the people who use it seem unhinged to me. I don't know what you mean when you say that. Maybe you can explain it. Chet says, when people chase the money in large amounts, their approach is often surface level, which makes them burn out quickly or become unfulfilled quicker. And you know what's crazy is that there's this overlap I keep seeing in entrepreneurial bubbles where like they make money. Finance bubbles do this too. They make money by telling people how to make money. So when they make money, they can tell people they make money, but they made money by telling people that they made money. And it's like a weird cycle of like fake it till you'll make it. And I think a lot of spiritual bubbles do that. Chet says, spiritually awakened mean connected to your consciousness. Okay, so connected to your consciousness, like having a good and healthy relationship with yourself. Is that what you mean? To have a good and healthy relationship with yourself? Like the you that is you? Is that what you mean? Just so I can make sure what you mean by consciousness as well. And also, what do you mean by homelessness? Do you mean like unable to house yourself? Or do you mean like choosing to be unhoused? Yes. Okay. So by Brittany's definition of a good relationship with self, you can engage in what is technically homelessness, but not what is tragedy homelessness, meaning it would be very unlikely for you to engage in homelessness in, let's say, a well-positioned, because homelessness that happens to you because the system has erupted or your country is experiencing a genocide is out of your control. Homelessness that occurs because you're having a misalignment of relationship with self feels unlikely. Choosing to be homeless because you're engaging in like van life or hiking through the mountains is hardly homelessness, but it's defined as homelessness, right? So I guess it depends on what you mean and why you're doing what you're doing. What do you mean by homelessness, right? Because like, you know, it just depends on what you mean by it. Chat, I need more context. I need more details. That's the thing about language. It's that it needs to be dissected and deconstructed so we can make sure we're having the same conversation. Because obviously you exist within systems and systems can impact your life regardless of how introspective you are or your relationship with self is, right? But then at the same time, you know what I mean? If you have such a good relationship with self, like what does this mean? Brittany pulling a Jordan Peterson. What do you mean? What do you mean by consciousness? What do we even mean by homelessness? What does it mean to be homeless? You know? Chet says, have you seen the No Nonsense Spirituality channel? We watched it last week. Yeah, we watched it last week. Oh, Chet said homelessness could refer to dysphoria, for example. No, I'm still here. My stream is still here. That Brittany girl, that girl's name is Brittany too. I saw somebody replying to one of her TikToks and it was so interesting to see the two bubbles collide where Brittany was making the argument that there's no evidence for life after death. But the woman who's replying to her was like, how could we not know that? How do we know that? I'm a nurse. I've seen people die. We don't know that. And it was so interesting to see the two bubbles disagree and then the audiences that overlapped with them. So yeah, we have watched her. We watched her last week, you know? Okay, well, let's go back to the video. Keep asking questions if you want. Okay.
And also somewhat tumultuous ride is you don't really know someone until you see their shadow, and she saw mine and I saw hers, and we're really like twin flames. Like Vi and I were laughing.
Twin flames, very toxic. Don't believe in it. And I think if you do, you should not. You should do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. I don't like it. I think it's toxic. I think it's dangerous. I think it's bad. Twin flames, red flag. See, everything about this man's belief system is all the toxic parts of spirituality. It's all the toxic parts of introspection. It's the worst nightmare situation here.
Just in Bodrum, when we're laughing, like
they look alike.
We're really like the same person in the opposite sex, which is so the most exciting and the most like thrilling and the most fucking challenging.
Yeah.
and we've triggered each other.
See, negative, most challenging. We've triggered each other. Like he's going to talk about how hard his life is, but how deep it is. I hate men like this because like men like this really convince you your toxicity is romance. Chad says, what even is a twin flame? Like soulmates? No. A twin flame, first of all, soulmates aren't real in the real sense. It's just what we call a soulmate. But a twin flame is basically, in the worst way to explain it possible, is this idea that somebody's literally made for you and you have to find that twin flame or it's never going to work. Like, it's basically like the person who's like, you know, your twin flame. I don't know how to explain it because I've only seen a few documentaries and only like seen a few things on it. But from my understanding, it exists within a reality in which you are destined to be with one another in a very toxic way, which means like if you're not with your real twin flame, then that's why your relationship ended. Oh, your relationship didn't end because you needed therapy. It was because you didn't meet your twin flame. Does that make sense? Does somebody have a better way to explain it? That's why it's like a red flag to me. It's like, no, your relationship failed because you cheated and you weren't high compatibility partners and you didn't love each other. But like, it's Megyn Kelly and Megan Fox. Megyn Kelly? No, Megyn Kelly, MGK. Oh my God, Megyn Kelly. MGK and Megan Fox talking about being each other's twin flames. I was like, that relationship's going to end. And look, they're ending with a baby on the way.
Intensely. And then we were in this kind of expanded monogamy kind of context, and we met Alana. Both of us were looking to meet somebody, and we had some failed attempts of meeting somebody. Blessings to all them. They're great people, but it wasn't the right fit. And you know, some were actually really dope.
And twin flames is being used by a cult right now that's being constantly investigated. But twin flames comes, I think, from the New Age bubble, if I'm not mistaken. Because twin flames, from my understanding, is a concept of New Age spirituality describing an intense soul connection between two people believed to be mirror souls, two halves of the same soul. This idea suggests a profound, often challenging relationship where one person's strengths and weaknesses are reflected in the other. This is the red flag. This is the red flag. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Bullshit. I don't like it.
Open, beautiful, and some, you know, didn't work out. But we were like both in this kind of, all right, let's find someone that could be a travel companion, be someone who can be like our friend and ally and potentially lover and somebody who could go. And then there were signs that led to Alana. And then ultimately, like the meme that's going on is about that final sign that I got when we were just in this kind of friends and lovers and allies kind of category, but still in the monogamy frame. I got this voice that came in the Isis temple in Egypt. And now you could say that this was a projection of my subconscious desires to have children with multiple people, but I've never really been a big children guy.
No.
Like that's not been something I'm like, I just can't wait to procreate. I need to spread my seed. You know, like that's not my, but
you're going to be a great dad, but it's not been
and I'm looking forward to that for sure. No. But again, it could be that. It could be something.
It's not a kink or fantasy to have a bunch of children.
That's
and
not.
It is for some men.
It is for some men. And some men want to fucking.
What?
Fantasy to have a bunch of children.
That's
not. And it is for some men.
It is for some men. And
what did she say? It is beautiful for. It is beautiful that they have the fantasy or the kink, because I think it's gross.
Some men want to fucking Genghis Khan out and just like change the fucking genetics of an entire population. I don't consciously have that, but it's possible. But anyways, this fucking voice comes in, and I've been a psychonaut since I was 18, and I've learned the discernment between like the type of voices that I hear, and this voice was have children with them. And I was like, fuck. And I called you first. Mm-hmm. But I was like, what the fuck?
It was another moment.
I was like, what the actual fuck do I do with
this? To make that up and then call me just to like strengthen the story. Like it was a sincere experience for you. And something I want to interject real quick that I feel kind of passionate about after watching this all unfold is I don't love the ridicule that I see around you getting to talk about the signs that you experience. I understand the skepticism, the, concern, the like all of the different interpretations that have come up. But I just want to name I think it's a beautiful thing especially for a man. Like there's not a lot of examples of permission for men to get to tune in to what feels like your intuition or, a voice or a vision or something that inspires you that kind of like defies, logic. And I think.
What bubble is she in? Male artists, male preachers, male co-leaders, male generals, male leaders in general, All of it is intuition. What are you talking about? What, they think they're using logic, bro, reasoning? Y'all are like, my dick, when flaccid but pointed to the left, I think it means we should go to war. Don't fuck with me today.
I think that we need to nurture that a little bit, and that kind of ridicule around like, oh, you heard a voice, or, we have there's lots of love stories where there's an intuition. There was also the kind of sneering about the Raya impulse. And why is it okay in some circumstances where, people might say, I had this funny feeling.
Because he literally said God spoke to him. He heard a voice. He didn't say, yo, I got the vibe that making babies is a good idea. Also, are you fucking dumb? Would you be responsible, please? You can't bring a person into the universe because you got a vibe, even though that's what people be doing. Chestnut Society was built off vibes. Yes, it was. And look where we are. I'm just saying the world has functioned off vibes since day one, and I'm sick of it. Get your shit together, people.
Just go out that night, and then they meet somebody at a bar, or they meet somebody at the library. I felt called to the library that day, or I had this interesting dream, right? And yes, that can be sometimes projection. It also might be divine direction. It also might be divine? The gnosis of your soul. And
explain that. What does divine mean to them?
Have to make space to allow people to have their own, conversations with the soul and with what feels like the divine to you. And that was a sincere experience of that for you, one that was costly, confusing, and deeply uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, and in this whole Raya thing, Vi and I were both on Raya because we weren't meeting people out in the real world. I mean, we went out to dinner in Miami, so we were in Miami. We went out to dinner, and there was clearly some escort who this other rich man had hired that came over to our dinner table and was like, hey, you guys interested in playing and blah, blah, blah. And we were like, no, this is not what we're looking for. We're looking for
Are you talking negatively about my sex workers? What are you doing? What is that? What was that? What was that? I know he's trying to point out that he's not looking for a fling, but why'd you say it like that?
A soulmate. We're looking for a wholemate. We're looking for someone who can be with us. And
we can really bond with.
So we opened ourselves to the digital sphere. Both of us had accounts. Vi was looking. I was not even actually that aggressively looking, but I just got a fucking message.
And I remember Vi proudly showing me your Raya account. Vi did,
of course. And we had a picture. We had a picture of both of us in that, and clearly, there was.
I think he's talking to monogamous people that are criticizing him. I almost think it's interesting to talk to poly or open people that are criticizing him. Because I tell you, the poly and open circles I come from would be very critical of him and the way that they do their relationship. It's just not thoughtful. There's too much jealousy. It's too dysfunctional. And look, I have had people in my life be like, I don't understand why you don't like my open relationship. Just because you're monogamous now doesn't mean my relationship is bad. I was like, first of all, I am pro open relationship. I just don't like your relationship. And that's really the problem. People don't like it when you don't like their relationships. I don't like their relationship. And that's what they don't want to hear. So they go, oh, well, these monogamous, sex negative people, they just don't get us. Yeah, but what about the people that are also poly, also open, relationship anarchy? They probably don't like you either, at least not the healthy ones.
No deception at all.
No.
So, all right, I get this message and I was like, okay, you're going to find somebody. And we found Alana, immediately, just like my intuition had. All right. So whatever it was, you could say, oh, okay, he's just making that shit up. He was searching all the time. And then
this is too hard. Okay, let's talk about this. When you're doing the right thing in life, it will be difficult, but not this hard. This is too hard for me. If this was my life, I'd be like, this is too hard. My life is so fucking easy. And I'm certainly not worth $20 million. My life is easy as fuck. I have the easiest marriage, the easiest lifestyle, because I made it that way, because I became a healthier person. My biggest struggle is watching the world melt down around me and figuring out how to maintain my peace during that, which is cool. That's my basically typical worry, paying bills, doing good at work, typical people stuff, right? That's my worry. But I don't have this up and down, these conflicts, this mess with my partner, this back and forth with divine voices. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying your life is too hard. And I don't think life should be this hard. Life's already that hard. But I don't think it should be this kind of hard. It's like the girl on TikTok who said, if you're crying even once a week about your relationship, you should break up. If you're crying even once a month about your relationship, break up. I've never, in the 40 years my parents have been together, seen my parents cry over their relationship. Do you know what I'm saying? What? In the 2 years we've been married, 2 years in August, we We've never cried. Actually, my sister just sent me the most wholesome little Marco Polo. It was so sweet. And she was like, I was telling people about you, and I was telling like everybody, like, I can't believe like you guys are so cute together. You're so compatible. She was like, I was terrified you guys were going to get into one of those couple fights where like I'm the third person out, but like it never happened. Like I was literally in your house, and it was just like the funnest, easiest thing ever. And that's because she's seen me with past partners where my past partners and I were bickering, and she's just sitting there having to be the awkward friend. She knows that I've been in relationships that she's witnessed where she is that awkward third person. So for her to come over and stay in our home and be with us and to see us for 8 days and to say like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy you're not in that kind of relationship, because trust me, you would know it. I do not hide anything. If I was upset, my sister would see it. I do not hide stuff from her. I do not hide when I'm upset. So like the fact that she was like, oh my God, it was so easy. It was so fun. And she was a great guest. It was just a really great experience for all of us. And I think it's because everybody's just on that other side of their health journey. We're just all of us. We're all in our 30s. We're on another side of our health journey. We've done all the really bad, toxic bullshit stuff in our 20s, and we're just all in a very different place. So we're able to also socialize in a different place. And I'm just saying, these people are in their 40s, and we're still struggling. These people are 10 years older than me. No, I'm sorry. I'm old. They're 4 or 5 years older than me. I forgot I was old. I was like, I'm 30. I'm 36. My bad. No, they're like, 4 to 6 years older than me. Like, what are we doing?
Fucking fine, whatever. You believe whatever you want. I'm not here to change people's minds, but this is the reality of what fucking happened.
Yeah.
And then so we invited.
And by the way, if you're an older person in my audience and you're not there yet, that's okay. It's never too late to start. I'm just going for them very hard about their age because they're claiming to be spiritual, like ascended gurus. Okay. If you're an older person and you're just discovering things about yourself, I love that for you. It is never too late to start. I don't care if you're 50 or 60 or 70 or 80. Okay. It is never too late to start. And I want you to start right now. But I'm going hard on them because of the way they're presenting themselves. Okay.
Alana and Vi clicked it off. They started talking about Hawaii. It was a great thing. And then we went into like a beautiful, like sacred space together where we got to like deeply like know each other. There was nothing sexual about it. And then we realized like, whoa, Alana has a soul nature that is really remarkable to behold. And you know Alana really well. And she's a very special human being. Mm-hmm. That's the right word. And Vi and I are like,
there's an aura about her.
Vi and I are like the same, we're like two sides of the same coin. We're bridgers. Yeah. We're like fierce warriors and have a lot of bad and a lot of good. And Alana is like, we really felt like, oh wow, this is like next gen consciousness that we're encountering. And then months play out, et cetera. And the friendship turns romantic. And then, more months and more months play out. And then I get this message, this voice that's super, super abnormal. I usually don't get a fucking voice. I mean, I've had lots of visions, but I get a fucking voice.
Do you want to explain that? You get lots of visions, but now you're getting a voice. Can you be more accurate? Are you literally getting a voice? Are you literally getting visions? See, what is this? Listen, I'm cynical of God believers. I'm going to be cynical of him. You can't use magic language and not have me confirm. Do you mean you've been to Hogwarts, or do you mean you wish Hogwarts was real? Like, I'm going to need details, please.
This temple, okay, it just happened that way. Then I call you and I'm like, what the fuck? This is not. This is like a disaster. Like this is a fucking disaster. And I was like, what the fuck do I do with this? And you're like, I don't know, sit with it.
Yeah,
and you're like, and we were talking about maybe, and we were thinking, all right, maybe this could be that you're supposed to birth like a book, or you're supposed to birth a project. Maybe the child is just a metaphor for something else. So I'm like holding all of these possibilities. I'm like, yeah,
really
totally.
Holding it, yeah.
Like totally, it could be all of that. Then, Vi and I are, lying in bed and on the Nile. And she's like, and I told her, I was like, look, I just had an experience in the Sanctum Sanctorum of this temple. And like, I'm not ready to talk about it. She's like, what happened? What happened in the Sanctum Sanctorum? What happened? And I was like, fuck, like I'm not ready to share this but I shared it. And it was utter chaos. I mean, I don't need to go into the details, but like I was at the point where I was ready to throw myself in the fucking Nile. Like it was like an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
And so if this was some secret manipulative plan, it was like the fucking worst way. Like you'd want to kind of warm the situation up, allow things to play out. But like I told the truth and it was a fucking nightmare.
Yeah. And I will say for you, you're not one to realize something for, it's not always like absolutely the everlasting truth and the way, capital V way, but when you have a realization about something that you're feeling, desiring, whether this is in business, employment, creative decisions.
Chet said, why don't they assume he's having a mental health event? Because this is the bubble. The same way, like, if you go to church and you say, like, hey, I feel like God spoke to me and I had this conversation with him, they wouldn't naturally assume you were having a medical emergency. But maybe if you said, God told me to do something that's like outside of the book, maybe they'd be worried. But I think in their bubble, all of this language is just evidence to them that he's the chosen one, or that they're the chosen one, or that they're doing something correct. I think they're high off their own farts. I think they just created a religion. They have a relationship with New Age spirituality. Do you know what I mean? That's it. It's just ego. And they're all just like sniffing each other's butts, which I get eating ass, bro. But like, you know what I mean?
Relationship. You come forward with it. And, it's not, and I think it's a really, it's not a comfortable thing for most people, actually. Like a lot of us, and I'll say for myself, I feel safer holding, like, I'm like, oh, I'm having these feelings, or, what if this is the way, or,
I also do not think he is literal, by the way. I think he's exaggerating. I do not think he's hearing voices. And I do not think he's seeing visions. I think he's saying that to sound cool. I do not think he's having a medical problem, by the way. I think he's using the words to sound cool, which is even lamer. I'd almost prefer for him to be mentally ill so he could get help. But you can't get help from a guy that's trying to be like, yeah, dude, like, I got visions. I actually get visions. You know what I mean? I don't think he's getting any. I don't think there was a voice. I don't think any of that. I think it's all the story he tells himself so he can tell other people.
And like holding that tension out of fear of discomfort to speaking the truth of what's present, you have a kind of superpower that can, erupt into lots of chaos, because it's like, I'm feeling this, I'm seeing this, and I'm not going to like keep it from you. I'm not going to hold that tension between us.
And that's like, that to me is fidelity. It's like really saying what is. I mean, I remember when we were in an Iboga journey, and Iboga told me that, our path was supposed to split.
We were engaged.
And I wrestled with Iboga for 8 hours. And Iboga told me we were supposed to split.
I think some of his followers probably think it's literal. And then some of his followers feel like he's the chosen one. And then some of his followers feel like, no, it's just kind of like a metaphor. In BDSM, there was multiple types of BDSMers. There were the BDSMers that felt like they were having definitely like a very profound and real and deep relationship with their DS dynamics, as an example. And that was a real feeling they were having. But if you deconstructed the feeling you were having, you weren't having a magical one. You were just having a really intimate relationship, which was a vibe. Let me tell you. Have you ever had sub drop? Or you ever like have a sober BDSM experience that makes you feel like you're on drugs, like you're so high? That's not magic. It feels like it, but it's not. It's actually just your biological experience, which is why BDSM sober is so cool, because you don't need drugs to get high, right? But people sometimes in the dungeon will say, oh, I think we're having like a spiritual experience. And I'd say, do you mean like a magical experience, or do you mean like an experience so profound it feels magical? And I'd get both answers. Some people would say, oh, I feel like it's a divine intervention, or a divine experience that this person was brought into my life, that we're like made by the universe to be together, that this is, I worship this Dom. This Dom is my whole life. I'd give my body to them. I'd give my life to them. And then I'd say, hey, I think we're in a cult, or something's getting fucked. And then the other side of it, my experience is I'd say, bro, I know we're just people on a planet, but I am fucking high as shit off this scene, and I'm going to need aftercare, but I'm vibing. And the people would say, oh, do you think like you went into a different realm? And I'd say, realm? Nah, chill, bitch. Don't ruin my high with your magic talk. It really fucking ruins my vibe, bro. It's because it sounds so much like my parents and religion, where it's like, do you think like it's God? No, bitch, I think it's chemistry in my brain. Let me have my fucking drugs. Let me be high off adrenaline. Like when I jump out of an airplane, I feel the same fucking way. No, I don't think he was the drugs or God. It's like if you jump out of an airplane, you're gonna feel high as shit. It's adrenaline. And if you don't feel that, I'm sorry for you. I have a friend who actually went skydiving, didn't feel any of the adrenaline, none of the benefits, and just said it was like a very meh experience. And I said, whoa. Versus me, I'm like, I'm pumped for hours after doing it. Pumped, So again, I think you need to be able to communicate with people in a way that makes sense so everyone's on the same page. Aubrey Marcus isn't doing this. He's not explaining in this interview right here, do you mean a literal voice or a fake voice? Are you saying a voice? Like, where is the voice coming from? I don't think he really believes it when he's alone in his room and no one's there, but I think he wants to believe it because people want to believe he has a deeper connection to some spiritual level. In the same way that sure, there was like 1 or 2 people that would email me about my levels and be like, Brittany, are you talking about the portals into the universe, whatever. And I'd be like, and I wouldn't respond back to those people. Sometimes I will literally, not a long time, but I used to get emails in my inbox of like what I call crazy people. I'm sorry. 20-page emails, guys, like so much text that I was like, I'm not going to read all that, bro. But I'd start to read it and it would be like, I'm experiencing like time travel and all this other stuff. And I hung out with Benjamin Franklin and all this stuff. And I'm like, this is not what I'm talking about. God, I just want to be introspective. I'm just trying to fucking know myself. I'm not trying to fucking travel through time, hoes. It's like, can we please just fucking get to know ourselves? I just want to be happy. I just want to stop fucking self-harming. And everyone's like, don't you want to meet God? Don't you want to move through portals? Don't you? No. No, I don't. I just want to fucking, you know what I mean? So it feels like sometimes these bubbles piss me off because I think they're lying because their evidence is nothing. And I think that's kind of the point is like, what is your evidence for this? And if you believed it, why would you tell anyone? If you thought you were time traveling, why would you tell anybody that? What would be the benefit of a sane person knowing they could time travel, telling other people that? Do you know what I'm saying? Why would a grounded, reasonable, sane person who happens to have magic tell people he has magic? It doesn't make sense.
We're in the afterglow of this unbelievable experience. And I was like, hey, Casey, like, I got to tell you that, like, Iboga told me that we need to split. And the part that, like, I don't even want to, I'm like shy to share the rest because I've seen what people do with everything I say. But like Iboga showed me a future that looks very similar to this future that I have now. And but without the details.
I can say
Iboga told me to split. Like a God entity told him to break up with somebody. Is that what he just said?
So if it helps for people listening to hear this frame, we can look at it like Iboga showed me, and that is the experience that you had. We can also look at it like Iboga unlocked an aspect of your consciousness that the self, the capital S self, that knows the path you're meant to walk.
Iboga is a drug? Oh, it's a drug. I've never heard of this drug. A plant medicine? It's a drug. Okay. Is it another word for ayahuasca or is it just another drug, plant drug?
Was able to communicate with you through that medicine and show you
who's communicating with you through the medicine. That's what I mean. Who is communicating with you through this is the Jordan Peterson conundrum with Matt Dillahunty. Jordan would say, well, you must be having a mystical experience if after shrooms you don't smoke anymore. And then Matt Dillahunty's like, or you're just having an experience inspired by the change of like chemicals interacting with your brain, which makes you have a different experience, which makes you have a different perspective on smoking. It's like, yeah, I'm more in the Matt Dillahunty camp where I don't think when I do drugs, I'm talking to gods. I think my brain's just having a chemical reaction to the fact that I'm putting shit into it. Do you know what I mean? Chet says, is he one of those people who takes ayahuasca dozens of times? Yeah, he is. He's one of those people who like takes drugs and feels like, I love drugs. I've taken so many fucking hallucinogens. Like I've done it, guys. And I'm telling you, like, I know it's the drugs. I'm saying, why are you going into an experience with drugs and assuming it's in any way more real than you masturbating into a fantasy thinking it's going to happen? Like, it's just happening in your brain, which is powerful. Don't mistake it. When I say it's just happening in your brain, I'm not saying it's not real. Psychosis also just happens in your brain and it feels very real to people, right? But it's just happening in your brain means it's not connected to outside the self. And a God, a spiritual God, some sort of outside source telling me to do something. Like, no, you're telling yourself to do something. ISIS didn't tell you to have babies. You decided to have babies. And you needed the excuse of ISIS telling you. You know what I mean? Like, it happening in your head is a very powerful statement. But what it means to imply is that, like, you don't have to have a baby if you don't have a baby. You're only having a baby because you want one. But sure, convince yourself that, oh, it's not me who wants the baby, it's ISIS. What?
Again, I will say I deeply don't I think this was part of what was meant for you. I don't think that this was a secret, selfish desire of you wanting to break up with me. We were very happy, you know, and you did tell me like the next morning when we were in the afterglow of that ceremony, which was my first big ceremony, and we were engaged and we were happy. And you said, you know, I don't know what to think of this yet, but I saw a future where I was traveling around, you know, giving these talks and things. You didn't even have your platform yet.
Yep.
And we weren't together. I was on my own. And
Cool. So the guy did drugs and then said, I have to break up with you because I had a vision. Is she listening to what she's saying out loud? Like, do you believe this is the drug? Like,
I felt a little shell-shocked, and I also felt like open and curious and a little disturbed and everything all at once. And then, but I just kind of like let myself hold that. And, you know, within about 4 months, we split. And again, like, do I hold that over you as some kind of strange manipulation that you used Iboga for? No, that was your experience, and I believe it to be earnest. And I don't.
Yo, people will do anything but go to fucking therapy. Like, see how these people, I refuse to engage in a belief that these people are trying to find out the truth about about the world. See how they're not trying to actually find out the truth? I mean, he's an RFK Jr. fan, so what am I talking about? You know what I mean? Yeah, blaming spirituality so he doesn't have to feel guilty. Literally, it's like he is putting all the responsibility on the spiritual. Guys, I want to be with you, but Ooga Booga says I can't be. I want to be with you, but, you know, ISIS, you know, what am I going to do? Chad says therapy is great, though, but expensive. The man is worth $20 million. He can fucking afford it. And also, if it's the difference between you grounding yourself and you losing yourself, go to fucking therapy. Put it on a credit card like I did. Y'all will put everything else on a credit card except your therapy. Men will put a PS5 on a credit card, but not fucking therapy. You'll put OnlyFans on a credit card, but not on fucking therapy. Put a credit card on therapy and get a good therapist and be serious about it and get your shit together. Okay? Stop blaming Ooga Booga for the reason you're doing what you're doing.
I don't think you've done anything but get more conscientious and thoughtful and, you know, mature with how I mean, you were quite mature for your age back then, but I've seen you.
Was he mature for his age? Was he mature for his age? The way we give, the bar is in hell. Even Lucifer's like, damn, the bar even lower than hell, bruh. You know what I mean? Even Lucifer like, sheesh, like, what are you doing, bro? You're so mature for your age. What are you talking about?
Grow in compassion. And
she probably says that because he probably says that to all the girls he dates. You're so mature for your age. You're just so mature for your age. Come here, let me whisper something in your ear. I can't be with you. Ooga Booga says I can't, but you're so mature for your age. Like, what?
Discernment and thoughtfulness over the years, just as we all do, unless we're kind of like stuck at one level of the game. And so I take these things that you're sharing, you know, as earnest shares. And I think it's really important for us to be able to hold each other's stories with dignity. Like, generally speaking, it's very precious to be able to share a story. It's very healthy.
You know, this reminds me of that episode of Mormon Wives where Taylor's being triggered by her family and her sister goes, if he's meant to be with you, God will bring him back to you. God ain't doing shit, Rez. God ain't doing shit. Okay?
For us. And something, this is a tangent, but something I felt really passionate about coming on here and speaking to is just every time we take, you know, somebody comes out and reveals something about themselves publicly and shares it with the world, and we react like a collective sort of groupthink or mob mentality kind of has a reactive response to that and shames it. We might feel like, oh, I'm just going to shame this one person for sharing this thing that they shouldn't have shared. That was irresponsible to share that, or whatever the story might be. Well, guess what? You just sent out a broadcast to everyone.
I had a guy read The Ethical Slut once, not somebody I was dating, just somebody in my life. And they were like, oh, I read that book you really like. I was like, cool. I love that book. I love that book. Classic. And they go, okay, well, I kind of have a relationship like that. I said, nuh-uh, you're a slut, but you're not ethical about it. And they said, wait, why not? And I said, because this. Okay. I was like explaining why their open relationship wasn't ethical. And they were like, but if you read the book, there's a section that says the relationship can be whatever we want it to be. Yeah, but did you miss the part where it said ethical slut? Did you miss the first part where it said ethical? Because the whole point of the ethical slut is to say you can make up whatever construct you want around your relationship, but it has to be ethical. And they're like, well, what's wrong with our relationship? Ding, 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 ding. Made a whole list, like Santa's fucking list of all the fucking reasons you're getting coal in your stocking. And then he just went, well, that's just our relationship structure, so it's okay. Just because it's what you want doesn't mean it's ethical. Just because it's what you want does not mean it's ethical.
Watching everyone looking at these comments who has had a vision, who has had an intuition, who is in a polyamorous relationship, who is holding a secret or tender or vulnerable desire in their hearts. You've sent out a broadcast to everyone who can relate to this story and said, shame, shame, shame. Don't ever talk about it. Don't ever tell your partner. Don't you dare ever come forward with that. That's a shame bomb that creates so much dysfunction and deception and fracturing of the psyche and the emotional body that I think is the root of all violence and evil on this planet ultimately. Because the more we compartmentalize these truths that feel a little bit different than the status quo, and we start to hide them from the rest of the world, we get these fractured parts of ourselves that don't feel and don't believe that they can be loved. And that's that denial of the self, that denial of self-love turns into so much pain between human beings and disease and regret at the end of our lives. And so I know it's been very hard for you, but I'm grateful that you're being brave right now and coming back on here and sharing even more. And I hope that with time, everyone who's tracking this story can start to be more open to anybody sharing the truth of their experience, even if it's a little bit unusual, even if it's a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah. I mean, I know I've been in relationship dynamics during my, pre-Eric years where I was in relationships with poly or open married couples and knew the wife, knew the husband, multiple. And those women were some of the most powerful women I've ever fucking known. And Amen. I just want to.
So they're making argumentation for monogamous bubbles that are shaming them, right? They're not talking to other poly couples because notice that their language is trying to justify it to people that are monogamous or monogamous who don't believe in polyamory. Cause like I'm monogamous right now. Cause I don't think you are monogamous. Like Brittany doesn't think you are poly. I just think like as a construct, again, I don't really believe you are a construct, right? Like I think you exist outside of constructs. I believe I am good at both kinds of constructs, but for this relationship, our highest compatibility structure is monogamy. We are not monogamous, but for the relationship with us together, the best construct is monogamy, which is different than being like, my soul is polyamorous. I feel polyamorous. Okay. Sure. But see, I wouldn't be with somebody who like identified, like I would really struggle to be with somebody who's like, because I think just like with monogamy, for it to be successful, you have to have a high compatibility partner. I also think that with poly and open, mostly poly because open is more fluid. But in polyamorous, especially closed polyamory, you still have to end up with your high compatibility partners or it's just going to end horribly or in divorce. So it feels like they're not even high compatibility partnerships. How long do you think he'll last with Vailana and Ayana? How long do you think they're all going to last? I think the younger girl is going to leave before the pregnant lady or the girl who had the baby. But I think the younger person is going to leave, I don't know, by the time the kids are like 5 or 10, either they're going to stay because it's comfortable and he's rich, or they're going to get out. I think the younger girl is going to get out. Chad says, how long was his previous relationships? I don't know. It sounds like a couple of years, but I think his relationship with Vailana has lasted the longest. I think they've been together the longest, which is at least a few years for sure. I thought I remember it being 8 or something, but I don't know. Right? I don't know. Chad said, what if you have split personalities and they all have their own monogamous relationship? I assume that's a joke because that's not how DID works. Okay.
Advocate for the normalization of the diversity of authentic experience that we actually all have.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Katie. And I think you're really right. I mean, we as a culture has made great strides in the general acceptance of, let's just call it the queer community.
I just gagged. I threw up in my mouth. Just kidding. But I would.
Or, all in the general acceptance of, let's just call it the queer community. For, although that there's specifics that extend beyond that, but just those things.
I'm sorry, is he fucking men? And also, are you gay or queer? Because there is a difference here. There's nothing queer about this relationship. Is there something gay about it? Is he gay? Or is another heterosexual man co-opting terminology? Are you gender fluid? Are you trans? Are you deconstructing systems that have hit the marginalized? Are you queer politically? Are you queer? In BDSM circles, there was a big debate in our communities about kink couples being considered queer. No. Is kink have an overlap with queer communities? Yes. Does a lot of kink actually stem from a lot of queer communities in American history? Yes. But if you're a straight heterosexual 50 Shades of Grey couple, no, you're not queer. Okay, you're not queer in the way that that word is used in most bubbles. Okay? But he's co-opting this word, and it's annoying me. But it's not uncommon for a lot of heterosexual couples to do this, but because the girls he's with are with other girls sometimes, they might be gay, but are they queer? Right? Do you mean queer as like queer liberation? Or are you talking about like strange, queer? Like, oh, you're so queer, you're so strange. What do you mean?
You're not the status quo. And many of these groups.
Oh, so when you're not the status quo, I hate this bubble. This bubble is so fucking toxic. Ugh.
Gathered, and they've earned their rights after like years of persecution that have been horrible. And they've earned the right to actually claim who they are and what they are, and then be protected for what their experience is.
I'm sorry, didn't you vote for the administration that's taking away our civil rights literally as we speak? Excuse me?
And I can't help but notice that in this particular situation, this is something that's queer for people, and queer meaning strange, like unusual.
You are such a straight man. Oh, what a fucking Republican move. Only Republicans love to co-opt gay words to fit their narratives when you know for a fucking fact it's very uncommon to use it that way right now. But sure, let's play a little game where he's using it in the way that it was originated before it turned into a slur. Because sure, that's the origination of the word. And then it got turned into a fucking slur. But sure, let's let him co-opt a slur for a second to see what he's about to say.
Like out of the ordinary, not the status quo. And I know there may be other definitions of queer that I may not be aware of. So all sensitivity and apologies for if I'm misusing the term.
You are misusing the term. You are misusing the term.
However, nonetheless, like this is an expression of something that falls outside the status quo. And while certain aspects of that are celebrated by culture, like good for you, congratulations, in this particular instance, it's been the opposite version, you know.
Are we being colonized in real time, bro? Are we being gentrified? What is he doing? Is he literally sitting here as a straight person, we just can't be free to have open relationships or poly relationships, and we just want the same rights as everybody else. What are you on? This is absolutely white Christians being like, we're the most persecuted people in America. What in the normative fucking shit is this? Oh my God. He's so dumb. All these books you've read and you've never read about the history of open relationships and queer communities. You've never heard about BDSM or kink communities and queer history. Do you know what I'm saying? All these people and all the books they've read, you never read about queer liberation. You never heard about polyamorous relationships or relationship anarchy. This is why when I was dating that burner 12 years ago, I hated him and his friends because they were like, we're open, we're poly. You guys are straight white weirdos. Even when you're gay, you're so normie. None of you are fighting for liberation. None of you are fighting for liberation. I'm not interested. And look, that's my bubble. My bubble, I'm going to be real. The deepest lore of queer history in America is protest, liberation, queerness, truly unorthodox relationships that aren't rooted in the patriarchy, though we fight it every day in our communities. The deep, deep history of queer culture is rooted in challenging the patriarchy. And in which way is this conversation in any way challenging the patriarchy? Because in the patriarchy, you want to have a queen to worship. Remember that. In patriarchy, the king wants a queen he can worship. So this idea that he pedestals his women for the queens they are is still patriarchy. But when queer people uplift the queen to status, it's because the king is dead. Because it was always about being a queen and it was never about being the king. And that's why it's a challenge to patriarchy. We don't need a king to be a queen in queer communities. But in heterosexual communities, if she's a queen, what are you? And why are you the one doing the uplifting? Wouldn't she get there by herself because she is? In queer communities, it feels like to be a queen, you don't need anyone to put you on a pedestal. You're just there, which is different because it's not even a pedestal. It's you giving yourself credit for attaining something, for getting something. You earn your right there. He's not giving that energy.
Hearing a voice is queer. It's strange. It's out of the ordinary. It's not part of the consensus. Having a expanded understanding of relationship is currently, according to the status quo, it's unusual. It's not expected.
And seemingly more disruptive than divorce.
That's the other thing. It's like, I mean, people who are, like Vi and I had a choice. Vi spent 3 months in isolation when this came to be. And she's talked about it on her podcast. This was one of the
her own choice. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah, exactly. Like she spent 3 months to be with herself and decide,
choose.
Like, what do I really want? You know, and what would really actually be what my soul wants? What
Chet said, I agree with him. There's one way I agree with him. The one poly couple I know in real life, the daughter is so embarrassed and hides it because she doesn't want to be bullied because of the bias. Yeah, and you said it doesn't make it queer, but he doesn't make him right either. Every president we know was cheating on their wife. Hollywood is full of open relationships. Just because it's not typical in the other parts of the bubbles doesn't mean that him and his status and where he is, it's not normal. It's very normal in his bubble, whether he wants to believe it or not. It should be normal with all these people. So like, this is what I'm trying to make people understand. Like, it's not about normal or not normal. We're all facing prejudice. But when you co-opt a movement to talk about your oppression, when your oppression is not related, though it can overlap, do you know what I'm saying? Like, why are you calling yourself queer? Why are you out here talking about poly and not referencing any of the books? Why are you hanging out with pedophiles and abusers and being misogynistic and then talking about, we don't want you in our community? Do you know why he's not hanging out with any of us? Because we don't want him. He is not good enough. His standards are bad. If he showed up at the dungeons I used to go to, we'd be like, nah. I mean, he can come. It's a free space, but like, we're not going to like him. And that's why. Because he's getting it from all sides. Nobody is on his team, not even the queers. And that's the point. So now he's trying to co-opt queer communities or co-opt marginalized speech in order to say, I'm just like you guys. Nah. Nah. Nobody has his back for a reason. And that's the point that I'm disappointed that nobody in this bubble thought to themselves, if everybody is against us, maybe we're doing something wrong. Maybe just a little bit. Maybe for a second, let me think about it. But no, they've already decided they're right. And now they feel like the victim. And now they're just the witch and the mob is coming for them. I'm so bored. Go use your money and leave us alone.
What is the life that I want to live? It's not because she wouldn't have had money if she chose the other path. It's because she wanted this love and she wanted this expanded possibility. And I think that's the other part of the story that people don't get. Like,
and by the way, for people who say like, because it just reminded me of it. I'm not talking about your comment, but it reminded me of it. People who are like, what if your kids are ashamed you're queer, gay, or on social media, or a sex worker, or poly, or open? Your kids are always going to be embarrassed of their parents. It's kind of like a part of the script. Some kids will be embarrassed. You know what I mean? About their kids or whatever. Okay, first of all, Chad said Sam Vaknin, whatever, recently did a podcast about narcissism, men being secret homosexual. Do not listen to that man. He is a narcissist. Stop listening to shitty fucking men on the internet. You want to talk about somebody's work that I dislike so wholeheartedly is that man. Stop watching shitty narcissistic men on the internet and thinking they know what they're talking about. They don't. Listen to people that are deconstructing. Listen to people that are challenging the status quo. Listen to people that see health and goodness in people. Stop watching these people. Don't watch him. Don't watch Richard. Don't watch any of these people. All of these men on the internet calling everybody a narcissist when they know for a fact they are one. And if they're struggling with it, they should mind their business, okay? And go deal with it. And I'm sick of seeing it. I'm sick of all these men taking leadership positions, convincing people they have the answer about their own fucking dysfunction when they are so dysfunctional themselves. I'm tired. I'm tired. Go watch Dr. Kirk Honda, okay? Because at least he's deconstructing in real time and he's working on it, okay? And he's beautiful and he's good at it. And he's kind and he's compassionate. And he even has compassion for NPDs. He's not sitting here and blaming people about the relationships they had with their mothers like Sam does. He drives me crazy. Stop watching shitty therapists on the internet.
We had a choice
I love you. Thank you for commenting.
for divorce. And ultimately, love prevailed. So these people who are a stand for the traditional values, well, one of the traditional values is you stay together and you honor your commitment. Okay, well, we did that, but where's the support for that? You know, like we chose to stay together. We chose to update the agreement, just like if you're in a business partnership agreement and situations and terms change, you renegotiate the agreement to see if you can still stay partners or if there needs to be a settlement. And you go and you live different lives and somebody, you know, this is how agreements work. And we chose to honor our agreement. And, you know, Alana chose also to honor the agreement under certain, you know, kind of structure that we all agreed on. All of us chose
Boo.
to be in this. That's what we chose.
Choice feminism. I'm over it. You choosing it doesn't make it not toxic. You choosing it doesn't mean it's not abusive. You choosing it doesn't mean you're not being scammed. You choosing it doesn't matter. It only matters when the bar is in hell.
And is it the right choice? I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like it is.
Is it the right choice? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know, bitch? You just brought a kid into the universe.
But I'm not sure if it's the right choice. And that's also one of the beautiful things that have come up from all of these voices. They've read through thousands of comments. And at least 1,000 of them says, Vailana, run, Alana, run. Like, if I was like trying to manipulate the situation, do you think I would have exposed them to?
You don't have to be manipulative for it to be toxic. He doesn't have to actually be a predator manipulator in his head for the situation to be bad. I want you to understand this, right? Like, he doesn't have to be a bad guy to have a toxic relationship.
Thousands of voices telling him to get the fuck away.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
Yeah.
I would be the worst manipulator of all time. Like the classic mark of any manipulation is you keep people in isolation.
Yeah.
This is the anti-isolation. Here's every voice that might play on every fear that you've had.
Sure, you're not a cult leader, but you're in a toxic relationship. Is that good enough? But then he'd say, why is it toxic? And I'd say, for this reason, this reason, this reason, and this reason. And in that sense, because it's toxic, you're keeping people in place. Because the thing about toxicity that is so interesting is that it's not cult, literally, but it runs basically like almost like a cult. Oh, let's bring out the paint. Let's bring out the paint. Okay, so you're in a relationship, okay? This is you guys. You're in a relationship, okay? And it's kind of toxic. And you guys have this cute little relationship bubble. There you are, these two little dots in this cute relationship bubble, okay? But it's kind of rocky and it's not going very well. And it's like a little confusing, right? Okay. Unknowingly to you, your partner, this one here, okay? Hold on. This one here, okay? This is you. Okay. Your partner unknowingly puts this very, hold on, how do I create it? Puts this very light colored fence around you, but doesn't know they've accidentally done it because their toxicity is stemming from inside of them and they don't know it's happening. Okay. And you don't see it. It actually doesn't even like appear to you. As far as you're concerned, this is what your relationship looks like because the line they've created from within themselves isn't like you're not processing it, right? Until one day, you know, you kind of, let's say you kind of leave the bubble and you're hanging out with your friend over here and you're hanging out with your friend in their relationship. Okay, so it's 3 of you. And you're seeing the way your friend, here's you, okay? You're seeing how your friend is hanging out with their partner and you realize, it doesn't look like my relationship. This is confusing. Why does my relationship look like this? And you realize your friend's relationship, okay, it feels lighter, feels easier, feels smoother. It has less dysfunction. There's no bickering. There's no confusion. It's not hard. It's actually pretty easy. What's going on? And then as you leave dinner, okay, so you like leave your friend and you're like leaving the bubble, okay? You like walk over towards your bubble and realize, hey, what's this wall? when did this wall get here? What is this? You walk through the front door of your relationship and you're enveloped in it. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? When did this thing get here? Why do I feel like I just came home, but I got overwhelmed by this thing? It's because your partner is consuming the space, even if they don't know what's happening, right? Even if you don't understand it because it's not a physical wall, it's the way you feel. It's the tension you feel in a house. It's like when you come home and you can just feel like something happened. You're like, you guys have a fight? What's going on? Like you can feel the energy. Something has shifted. Maybe you're wrong. Maybe the feeling you're feeling is wrong. Maybe your brain is putting together the wrong information. Sometimes my partner, they'll see me and they'll say like, hey, are you okay? You look like something's really wrong. And I'm like, I have these leftover vegetables. Should I fry them or should I bake them? And my partner's like, wait, is that really what you're thinking about? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, you look so distraught. And I was like, well, I am distraught. Should I fry them or should I bake them? And then he'll sit there and be like, yeah, but why do you look like something's really wrong? And I'm like, something is wrong. Should I fry them or should I bake them? Focus, please. I've been watching a lot of Gordon Ramsay and I don't know which one to do. And like, it's a very big deal. Thank you. Okay. Acting like it's casual what we're going to do with this fucking... Don't talk to me about food, guys. It's very serious, okay? Okay. But then other times, there is something wrong. And my partner's like, hey, is something wrong? I'd be like, I'm going to be real with you. I read this comment and I can't stop thinking about it. And it's kind of like eating me up from the inside. I just feel like, how could I be so misunderstood? And then I talk about my feelings of insecurity around like how I talk. Feeling like I was so clear with my messaging. How could they misunderstand me? And then he's like, what are you going to do, right? Humans. And I'm like, yeah, I guess so, huh? What are you going to do? And in that moment, I feel better just to acknowledge that I feel something and then I let it go. And then I remember, hey, what are you going to do, humans? But something was wrong. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big thing, but it was something. What I was upset. And just getting acknowledged and just saying it out loud makes me instantly feel better. Just to have somebody say, yeah, I think you're being misunderstood, but like, what are you going to do? Or sometimes my partner will say, I can see why they misunderstood you. Maybe say it like this. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that. So the point is that I feel like when you're in a toxic relationship and it's not the typical culty thing or abusive, look, I was in a toxic relationship and I've been in toxic relationships. It's really hard to know they're toxic because you're not being hit. It's like you're arguing and bickering, but the way you see on TV shows, everyone is telling you it's normal. Everyone is telling you it's love, except the people who aren't. And those people you can't trust because those people are also homophobic and you can't trust a homophobe, right? The dilemma is that like when I was in my bad relationships, I did have friends tell me like, these people are bad. This is a bad relationship, but I couldn't trust them because they were working on their own issues and I didn't know who to trust. And I certainly couldn't trust myself. Oh no, Brittany in her mid-20s, no way could have trusted herself. Even though she looked like somebody who did, right? But I didn't trust myself. And I was so easily convinced to stay in relationships. But I just remember my partner saying like, relationships are hard. I was like, but I cannot have my life be this hard forever. Like it's got to stop being hard one day, right? And when I realized it was never going to stop being hard, that was it. So when Aubrey gets here and talks about how hard it is and how we're twin flames and we bring out the worst and best in each other and like we trigger each other, it just makes me feel like I'm back in that toxic relationship and not in a projecting way. I know some people are like, Brittany, you're unhealed and you're projecting. Listen to me when I say this. Autistically, I have to feel things and think about being back in those places to like associate like how I feel, like food. Like when I remember if I like food, I have to think about eating it again. If I decide like, is this how I would feel if I was in this room? I wouldn't be good. If my sister was in a room with this couple and they were fighting and she'd feel the tension, that's not good. The fact that my sister could sit in a room with me and my partner and say like, it was so easy. There was no tension. It was just smooth. Even though we all had great intellectual debates, we were, doing philosophy work. We were talking and exploring ideas. It was always happy and joyful and exciting because my sister loves philosophy and stuff. So we were like all yapping, and there was none of that underlining bitterness, none of that fight, none of that, oh, shit just got real. Like it was very like, I think you're wrong, but I think you're wrong for this reason. No. Your wording is off. This is it. It was very inquisitive and lovely and fun and exciting. These are not the words he is using. He's using negative words to explain his relationship. If you use enough negative words, I'm just going to have a negative impression of your relationship. You know what I mean? Aubrey is doing himself a disservice, or maybe he's just being overly honest and doesn't realize it. He is not using positive words about his relationship. Chad says, could I just say it's really important to have your partner validate your feelings instead of trying to solve your problems? It's so great to see your partner does that for you. For sure. We try to do that for each other, definitely, because, you know, there's a right time to help solve and there's a right time to validate, for sure. Chad says, I've noticed that causes a lot of conflict between couples where the girl doesn't feel validated because their boyfriends try to solve their problems instead of listening and validating. And look, I'm the solver in the relationship for sure. Like, I go right to solving, and it's like a nice skill for me to learn too. Because even as a friend, I'm definitely the solving friend. I mean, people call me to solve problems. So I have to learn, like, hey, do you want me to solve your problem? Or do you want me to just like hear you talk? Or are you just using me to bounce off ideas? I say this to my friends, my family, like, why are you telling me this story? Because I will start to problem solve. Anyways, okay, let's finish out this video. We're almost done.
And we've had to have all those hard conversations. Like, is this going to fucking work? Is this what we all truly want? And we're still having those conversations, but it's looking like it is. Like, it's looking like.
What do you mean it's looking like? You're married and you have a baby. Do you hear this man? Hey, it's looking like it's going to work. What do you mean it's looking like it's going to work? You have a wife and a baby. Is he talking about a past version of himself or this one here? You know?
Fucking hey. Like, we really actually are choosing this. And I genuinely believe that while monogamy, like we said on the fucking podcast, it works most of the time for most people. But with adultery rates looking like a fucking Bitcoin chart going up, and, you know, divorce rates, you know, at least 40%.
Any Chad said, which, Richard, you have a lot of energy around this. Dr. Normani. I love Normani. Dr. Ramani, Richard Grannon, Sam, whatever his name is. Anyone who dedicates their life to talking about narcissism and talking about warning you about narcissists, they're inhumane. They're lacking compassion. If you are a therapist and you do not talk about people with NPD with compassion, I don't want to listen to you. It is your goddamn job to show compassion to the mentally ill. And if you make content literally talking down about the mentally ill to make other wounded people feel validated and hating narcissists, you're a bad therapist. You cannot be trusted. NPD is a literal personality disorder. That is a sick person who was abused in childhood. That is literally a sick person. And if you, in your job, spend your life building content in a career, giving other people validating feelings about talking shit about their... Go validate the people that were wounded by the narcissist, but don't attack people that are victims themselves, even when they're perpetrators of crimes or of predatory behavior. And that's not to say that, you know, having NPD is like easy and you're a good person. It's very hard. It's very hard to have NPD. And it's not excusing the bad behavior. It's acknowledging why it even exists in the first place. If you've been wounded by anybody, NPD or not, okay, go to a therapist that is compassionate towards the ill. Okay? Crazy to me how these therapists make a living bashing people who are sick. It's like Jordan Peterson. Why was his license under review? Because he was bashing people that were sick, and instead of helping them, he was attacking them. What are you doing? What are you doing?
For the first marriages, going way higher for the second and third marriages. There's
second and third marriages.
A need for other solutions. And these other solutions they're just not like making them up out of thin air. It's the same way the Lakota people used to live with modifications. Or
he loves to reference like indigenous people as like proof that it works. This is why I say indigenous people have beautiful parts of culture, indigenous people globally have beautiful aspects of culture and aspects of their culture that also needs to be updated because they're people stuck in the world. But I don't like the way he glorifies or like looks to them like, I want to be like them. Are you objectifying their culture? It sounds weird.
Or the Himba people used to live. There's been millions of different cultures who've lived by different structures. And yes, there's a short period of the kind of polygyny culture, like even in the Mormon culture, like polygyny, where the men get to have multiple wives, but the women can't have other husbands. Like, it's not this either.
Mm-hmm.
This is something totally different. Like, and I could see what happened when Vi got.
Yeah, he's a culture vulture. Exactly. Queers, indigenous, new age. He is, chat. He is. He's a culture vulture. That's what he is. He totally is.
With Josh. Because then she got it. Like, before it was hypothetical, but when she started to love Joshua, then she got it. She would go spend a night with him. They'd play music. They'd make love. And I trusted him to tend the garden and return the garden back to me.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna bloody do it. Oh my God. Fuck, bro. Guys, please like the stream. Send a super chat if you want. I don't know. Support the content. Share it with somebody in a healthy relationship so they can watch how bad this is. Oh my God.
More flourishing than the way I left it.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is with Alana. When
I'm gonna make you listen to that again.
music, they'd make love. And I trusted him to tend the garden and return the garden back to me more flourishing than the way I left it.
Yeah.
And that's the way it is with Alana. When I spend a night with Alana, the garden of Aubrey Marcus returns to Vylana more nourished, more replenished, and more in love.
Yeah.
And that's possible. And I'm
Not easy.
It's not easy. It's fucking so hard. It's like, it sometimes feels like you're crawling through.
Ugh. Okay, guys, in chat, talking about NPD people, listen to me when I say this. If you are NPD, you have a mental disorder. You cannot punch down on people with a mental disorder. You can only hold the people accountable for their actions. But if your whole career is punching down on people with mental disorders, you're fucked. You're fucked in the head. I'm not saying this I've read multiple books on narcissistic personality disorder. Okay. We've all known a narcissist in our life. I'm saying if you have NPD, it's a mental disorder. You're fucked. And it sucks that most therapists don't know how to help people with NPD because people with NPD struggle to help themselves. Right. And all I'm saying is you can't punch down on people. Okay. And call yourself a good person. All you can do is say, I'm open with boundaries. I'm going to put down boundaries. And I'm going to do my best to stay away from people that won't help themselves, narcissist or not narcissist, because non-narcissists also have habits same as narcissists. That's the irony. Are you NPD or are you just high on the ego? Okay. All I'm saying is building a career, building a whole personality on avoiding narcissistic personality disorder is crazy. Okay. Talking about how to avoid the narcissist in your life. Girl, you better have a season of that and let it go. Because why are you running into all these narcissists? For Dr. Ramani to say she has 5 or 6 narcissists in her life sounds like she's the narcissist. What is the statistical probability that you have run into that many people with narcissism? Do you mean NPD or do you mean high on ego? Because this man is probably not NPD. He's probably just high on his ego. But he might not be a narcissist. Like an NPD, because these things are different, right? So again, and these things are constructs. Like, we don't know what's going on here. We certainly can't diagnose a person off the internet. But when I hear people say, oh, borderline girlies can never get better, that's really a fucking shit thing to say about people when we do get better. Okay? Oh, people with autism, they'll never be participants in society. They can't pay tax. That's a really fucked up thing to say about somebody. Okay? Chat says, yeah, that doesn't mean people with NPD don't have agency. It means there's a reason. Exactly. They still have to work. They still have to be held accountable. You're still allowed to leave the relationship. You're allowed to never talk to that person again. And they don't have to be a narcissist for you not to like them. Because sometimes I think the people that call everybody a narcissist are definitely one themselves. Because there ain't no way everybody you meet is a narcissist. That's fucking crazy, bro. I literally think I've met one narcissist in my life. One. Maybe 2. The rest are just fucked up in their own way doing other things. And I'm not a therapist, so I wouldn't know how to diagnose them. But I'm just saying, as somebody with a personality disorder that gets stigmatized for no fucking reason, since people with BPD do pretty fucking good in recovery, y'all are really judgy for no reason. And I look forward to a future where people with NPD get the help they need. But it's certainly not going to come from therapists who dedicate their whole life to smearing people with a personality disorder online to get a paycheck.
through broken glass and 6
Yeah, Discord says, does he think of the objectification as poetic? 100%. 100%. Men like this think the objectification of their female partner is romantic. That's why I'm saying ick. Any form of objectification, whether she thinks she's a garden to be tended or a woman to put on a pedestal, is wrong. That's why I say white knights who pedestal their partners are objectifying their partners, and they do think it's romantic. These women on TikTok who want the princess treatment, they don't know what they need is just actual real love. So they think the princess treatment is it. A princess treatment is a form of objectification. You do not want to be objectified. You want to be loved, and you don't know the difference because you're traumatized, because we're toxic, because we're not healthy as a society. We mistake toxic relationships for real love and then wonder why we're not having it, wonder why we're not happy, wonder why we settle. I had to learn the hard way too, girls. I'm in it too, girls. I had to date my toxics to get to my healthy. But you know where the healthy started and ended? With me. I needed to be healthy enough to pick a good partner. I needed to be healthy enough to meet up with a healthy partner, right? Okay? So it starts with us. We have to be healthy. And healthy people, yes, can still pick the wrong partners, but there's a certain point in your health journey where you genuinely learn to discern better because you have the wisdom to. And that's really going to help in the long run, okay?
inches of salt water. Like, it's fucking hard. And it's possible. And
Eric's constantly like, I just don't have the energy. Like, I don't know how.
And that's the other thing, people think, the amount of processing.
Yeah.
That's and the amount of conversations. And I'm so much.
It's not like well, there's the king getting fed like, grapes in his chair, by all of his women. It's pretty brutal, a lot of the time.
And fortunately,
and so beautiful.
And fortunately, like, I had a lot of hard practice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I dealt with shit that was really difficult. So when Vi wanted to go to Unison Festival with Josh, I was like, okay. Like, I can bless that. But it doesn't mean that there weren't hard moments. Like, she spent a sunrise with him on the playa, and it brought up a lot of old memories of pain. I walked out at sunrise and just found myself at an installation and was just crying, by myself. And then some fucking wanker comes with a camera and is like, hey, Aubrey Marcus, I want to interview you. And I'm like, no, now's not the time. And then but I did it anyways, like a fucking idiot. And he's there to make fun of me. And I'm like, I'm just fucking grieving a private moment here. But it's fucking crazy. But anyways, it's not like, even still, like, there were still things that came up. But the fact that it's hard is not a bug of the system. It's a feature.
By the way, Aubrey Marcus is the one who wrote the book about how sunscreen is bad for you, right? Didn't we go over that? Because he has a book and it's all full of pseudoscience and bro science, right? That's why he's an RFK Jr. fan.
Yeah.
It's like, if you're actually devoted to evolution, which I am, Vailana is, Alana is, like, moving through challenges with your choice, your volition, like, everybody chooses to go do a Wachuma ceremony with Maestro Alejo. That's hard. Everybody chooses. We chose to go, sit with a boga. Well, you choose, and it's fucking hard.
Yeah.
But you trust that on the other side of that choosing, there's going to be growth and there's going to be benefit.
There's always a massive gift for courage. I've learned that through my life. And man, I love to just like lean back from the resistance sometimes. But the courage that it takes to say yes to an experience is directly equivalent to exponential reward. Even if it isn't direct or it isn't clear yet, it's always going to result in a reward of having earned.
Ooh, Aubrey Marcus was in a bad car accident. At one point, he got fucked up, bro. But this came up when I said sunscreen. I don't know why this came up with sunscreen. That's a lot of drugs, detoxing, priority from everything else. Interesting. I wondered what happened to his face. I'm assuming that's what happened to his nose. There you go. Now you know.
Earned the wisdom of that experience. And that's some of the greatest elixir for the soul that I think there is. And, I'll say, as somebody who's now in a monogamous relationship, I am learning, after I had a long journey of all sorts of different kinds of situations, a couple more partnerships, some open relationship constructs in the years that followed our relationship. And I'm back in the configuration of monogamy with my partner. And it's also got challenges and it's also hard and it's a beautiful path. And I'm loving that. And, something that came up for us in like our
pause
partnerships, some open relationship constructs in the years that followed our relationship. And I'm back in the configuration of monogamy with my partner. And it's also got challenges and it's also hard and it's a beautiful path.
Why is it hard? Why is it difficult? You ever hear Dr. Kirkonda talk about how difficult and hard his marriage is? No. Do you ever hear people in loving, good relationships talk about how hard it is? No. Okay? No. And if they do, they might be sympathizing with you because they're like in a position where like that's what they're trying to do. But they don't talk about it like this. Because sometimes I do feel like sometimes I watch people that are like, yeah, dude, marriage is hard. But I think those people are talking about something else, right? I don't know. There's something to be said about like the way these people talk about it's hard, but it's beautiful. Okay, the only thing, Brittany, I was going to say the only thing hard in my relationship, anyways, listen, okay, no.
I'm loving that. And, you know, something that came up for us in like our discussion as we all talked about this was just some of the complexities with women for feeling like, you know, it's confronting to imagine like, oh, you know, I think monogamy and marriage, they're kind of set up for us as an ideal that's sort of like a grail quest for safety and security. And we want to feel like there's a stable rock that we can stand on. And I think that's really important in relationship. And I think—
No, to be honest, we do have hard things in our relationship. Going to the dentist, going to doctor's appointments, doing paperwork, Indiana puked twice on the floor today. Okay. It's okay. It's just like a little hairball. But like, okay. So yeah, my relationship, lots of struggles. Do we not have pens in this house? How can we not have pens in this house? It's a very, very difficult, but beautiful, very beautiful.
There's a really interesting dance to do. And you're still in the exploration of this and discovering it. All of you are. And we all are really, because even in monogamy, there's all sorts of veils of how much do I really tell my partner because that might make them uncomfortable. Or can I be fully honest about my erotic desires or my—
That's just like a settling relationship where y'all don't practice radical honesty, but neither did he. Why is he pretending like he was practicing radical honesty when he got with those women under the guise of monogamy only to open it up every time?
You know, even my dreams sometimes, right? It's like there's so much comfort that gets built into wanting to have that safety that sometimes we exchange true intimacy for that comfort.
Yeah.
And I think that if we can take anything away from this, it's like, how can we all get a little bit more curious and excited about what like true, brave intimacy could do for us, like our life force, our power.
Having a toxic relationship doesn't make you brave, bro.
Our clarity, our understanding of ourselves. And I think for something that's a little bit confronting, you know, I can imagine for women is, and I've been feeling into it myself because my nature, while I'm very open-minded, obviously, I'm sitting here with my former fiance and, you know, I've had a really wild path and I love it. I wouldn't change anything. If I could go back and wave a magic wand and like, you know, you're such a wonderful man and I love you so much. But like, you know, if you really honestly asked me, okay, if Aubrey like hadn't made that choice at that point, even though we were so happy and it caused, you know, such a big heartache, would you go back and just stay together? And I can't say that at all. I'm grateful that you followed what felt like the truth that you were experiencing in that moment, because then I got to have the whole adventure that was my life. And
so she's saying she wouldn't have picked him. Is that what she's saying?
Ultimately meet my partner now, you know, and have all of these experiences that help me get to know myself and understand the world. But my essence is very devoted. I'm very loyal. Like I bond a lot with people with, you know, chapters of my life.
Big sugar glider energy.
Big. I'm like, I need lots of hugs. I have strong bonds. I'm a very fierce bonder. And I think not to reduce this phenomenon down to like biological or evolutionary biology, but generally speaking, women err on the side of prioritizing and valuing bonds more than we have learned over generations of being in particular dynamics to follow and honor and get to speak the truth of our desires and to actually follow the calling of the self. And I think that there's I think it pokes a little bit at the shadow part for some of us women who have compromised so much following the self to stay bonded with, you know, and that's a part of our beauty. It's how we bond to our children. It's how we stay in devotion in our families.
This is so gendered. Women and how we bond to our kids and how we bond, men and how we bond to our kids. Like, this is so trained to me. This is not inherent in our biological experience. So it feels so funny to me when it's so gendered and then they have the audacity to be like, oh, we're queer. Girl, don't talk to me, girl.
But I think that there's something really confronting, and it really like shakes up the whole structure of reality as we've come to understand it when we see different choices being made, like, you know, oh, that man's really following his, like the calling of his self. And oh, is that what we can't fathom, that the woman could really be following the calling of herself? Because unconsciously, so often we're sort of ignoring the calling of ourselves to honor these beautiful bonds that we have. And no path is the right path. It's not a better and righter path, to follow, be unwavering in devotion to the calling of the self. It's important. And it's all.
Man, they really like I can follow everything they're saying, makes sense in their bubble, but they talk in such a way that I'm like, can you just talk like a fucking person? You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? Just like, is this how you talk when there's no cameras around? I know it's your job and everything, but I really wish you would just like talk. And I say that as somebody who understands that this isn't even how I really talk when there's no camera around. But this is my my podcast voice is different than this voice is different than the voice I am. I wish, you know what I want is, what's his streamer voice like? Not his interview voice, not that. Just like, what's your streamer voice sound like? Or what's a video of you just like, hey guys, let's just fucking talk about this. Like, what's your normal voice? Yeah, Chet says they're pretentious. They do. They have this pretentious, breathy way of talking that I'm like, see how I feel like I can't shoot the shit with you, bro? It feels like you think you're better than me when you're literally so dysfunctional, bro.
Also a beautiful and immensely valuable part of being alive as a human being, to follow the path of the honoring of the bonds. Our bonds are how we know ourselves in the world. Our bonds are our mirrors. Our bonds are relationships are the way we discover more about ourselves. That's why monogamy also works. Yeah. So there's just an opportunity for more open-mindedness about like, these are two different paths and we can have both,
Yeah, 100%. And, I think if you look at the actual statistical data in the aggregate, which Dr. Wednesday Martin wrote about in her book, Untrue. And I really recommend that people read this book, Untrue. It's a phenomenal book. And what it'll show is that in the aggregate, women's sexual attraction to their monogamous partner falls off a cliff after about 2.5 years. Like after about 2.5 years, that desire goes away. Now, mimetically, we understand this. There's this whole idea of a married man getting lucky when his wife wants to have sex with him.
That's a thing.
Ooh, does not have good reviews. He's very into pseudoscience. And so everybody he recommends is just like so fucking pseudoscience-y. So does not have good reviews, right? This book is so decisively founded on errors and flat out debunk statements on science, misleading anthropology, cherry picked and misleading history. Yeah, like people are not happy about this book. Jaw-dropping reevaluation of everything we thought we knew about men, women, and sex. Men are biologically programmed to want sex with lots of different women, whereas women are designed to stay true to one person. Wrong. It's like, the problem with who he recommends is they're kind of like, they're not, okay, I know we talk about the establishment, and we know the establishment has flaws, but we also know the establishment sets a standard that is higher than any group out there because it's a combination of lots of thinkers in a global context. We have to rely on a standard, and we have to rely on recognizing that, quote, more normie bubbles that are doing the research and coming together. Like, there is a standard that existed that was good for a second, even if it's all rooted in white supremacy and patriarchy, which is bad. Like, once we take out those parts, there is a real foundation for like being interested in the research and finding out what we did wrong and realizing our science has been corrupted by all of our past history. But the pseudoscience bubble is just coming full force. They say if you don't know anything at all, everything sounds true. And that's what I feel like happens with these conspiracy theory bubbles, the pseudoscience bubble. We're like, just because it sounds good doesn't mean it's true. And just because it sounds like something you can't understand doesn't mean it's untrue. But I think this is not a perfect, information isn't perfect because it comes from people and people are imperfect. So we have to be willing to know there will be errors and willing to say, but at some point we can know something about what is maybe true, especially when it comes to science and what's good for us, right? So I just really struggle with like everybody he recommends, everybody in his bubble, pseudoscience, anti-vaxxers, anti-sunscreen, anti-science, anti-establishment. Like, even if you feel like sunscreen does some damage, it's not doing as much damage as the sun. That's why we pick and choose. Birth control is doing some damage, but not as much as having an unwanted baby come into the universe before you're prepared to have it. Like, I don't know what people aren't getting. It's not saying the birth control has no side effects. It's saying we don't want the side effect of pregnancy. We're saying I'd rather deal with a period and a half a day or major cramps throughout the month than a baby. Like, that's what people aren't getting. They're like, well, if it was real, there'd be no issues, but they don't count any of the issues that come with skin cancer or come with bringing a baby into the universe. Like, it's literally about doing harm reduction, not perfection. And so for you, like, I worked for a cancer doctor, which I was a nanny for a cancer doctor, and she had a patient who came in who had a very curable throat cancer. And the woman decided instead of doing the chemo, which was recommended, she would eat chicken or turkey leg. And I don't know if this woman survived or not, but that's what she decided to do. And I just think about that all the time. Like, yeah, I don't want to be that person. I want to be the person that says, hey, if I do chemo and radiation, but it's not going to save my life, I'd rather just die in peace than do the radiation and chemo if it's not going to help. But if it's going to help, I'd rather do that. Because again, it's not like we know chemo is like, conservatives say like chemo is poisoning your body. We understand chemo and radiation sucks. We're taking the risk for the hope that it helps us. It's not like science is without fault. We know as female people or as AFAB people, we know we exist in a world where science is very behind on catching up on ways to help us. People who experience endometriosis, people who get periods, like we know we are behind the times. That doesn't mean that the establishment in some capacity won't eventually get there with the right answers. But they're probably going to get there faster because they have the resources and the infrastructure than the pseudoscientists. It's not to say one guy who's been doubted by the system might not have the answers. Definitely there are those people. But what are the chances, right? Aubrey Marcus and all of his people with no formalized education and or a botched understanding of that education end up being good for the world. You know what I mean?
That's a thing.
Or at least it was for a long, long time.
Like it's
Yeah, wait, Chet says women learn almost nothing about premenopause. I hope I'm in premenopause right now. I'm not even going to play. I feel like I might be there, girl. I hope so. But it does start in your 30s and the body changes and everything. Like I'm ready, fingers crossed. I want to be there so bad. But it's one of those things where, yeah, we're not. We're not. And the problem is too, is like TikTok still has so much misinformation. I think they just did a study, like 80% of the information on TikTok is wrong. I believe you. I believe you. Like, I believe it's wrong. Humans are flawed and we believe things just because it sounds good. I do it all the time. How many times on chat do you guys call me out? Like, Brit, that's not true. And I was like, fuck. Because it sounded good. My bad.
Culturally a thing like, I'm going to get lucky tonight. What do you mean? This is your partner. Your eros should be like expanding and growing. And part of this is a lack of understanding the technology of more tantric, erotic deepening where you can encounter the stranger at different levels. Mm-hmm. So, but also there's a biological function. So people imagining that women's sexual desire doesn't exist and once they bond, they're just happy forever. It's not actually supported by the data. The data is that actually for men, it declines gradually. It's like a slow, steady decline, but they're always interested in their wife. But for women, it just really actually goes down pretty severely. So oftentimes it's...
What? Ugh. Chad says, why do you want to be in premenopause? I just want to get this shit over, girl. I'm over it. I'm over having a period. I want to get this shit over with. I want to get this shit over with. I want to get it over with, girl.
Women, when they're in their truth, that are desiring these polyamorous situations. And also, from my experience, it's way fucking harder for men to imagine their partner with another man than it is for women to imagine their partner with another man. I mean, people are like, Aubrey, you got the life, man. And I'm like, yeah. All right. So imagine your beloved. And imagine some other man just fucking.
See how he's like, this is the right lifestyle for me, but also it's really hard and I hate it. What?
And finishing the deadlift doggy style. And they're like, fuck no, never mind. Never mind, bro. Like, I'm good. And
see how he's like being like, I'm making sacrifices. Like my lifestyle is not easy. I have to imagine my girl fucking somebody else. It shouldn't be. Well, then don't do it. If you're not joyous and not feeling compersion towards your partner fulfilling their joy, don't do it. If it does not bring you compersion to think of your partner with somebody else, don't do it. It shouldn't make you feel bad. You should feel good about it because it should coincide with your values.
Over and over and over the response. So like, this is part of this kind of cultural moment that we're in where there's truths that we don't want to speak about. And I think part of the inflammation that was created from our podcast, sure, there's a billion things we could have done better on that podcast. Like, I'm not saying that we did it perfectly. We did it honestly, but not perfectly. And it was incomplete in some parts. And we had no strategy. We didn't even really know why we were doing it. We were just felt like we needed to tell the truth because we told it to all the Fit for Service people. We'd shared it, to a lot of people. So it was like, all right, we got to come out with this.
Well, I just want to reflect also, I think because it's always been fundamental to the way that you've shared over time, whether that was about, a plant medicine journey or a teacher that you worked with or something that you discovered in your business path or relationship especially, you've always shared that publicly. And that's been kind of a fundamental implicit agreement that you have with your audience. And so I can understand the sort of, this is very outside of the box for a lot of people and might feel threatening to the safety structure that they feel like they built in their sacred union or their marriage or their monogamous partnership, et cetera. And so with that sense of perceived threat, there can be an interpretation of a motive or, an agenda of trying to make this the better way, the better thing, the right thing, and impress that upon culture. But I just want to testify that I felt the tension, however mild, for as long as you had been in this journey with Vi and Alana, which is like, the public that I have an implicit agreement of truth with has this story about our relationship. And I want to honor the truth of our relationship. And I want to honor the audience that has, granted me their attention over the past 15 years and be in truth. And that's all that was really there. And I think there's elements also there of honoring Alana, and letting her be understood as a human being and as a complex being that's, a very important part of your life and a person that's present for everything that you do and giving her an opportunity to have a voice in this community,
Totally.
And so, I know it's been like, oh, why did we do this? But it's like, I just want to mirror back to you. Like there's a good and innocent and sincere reason that wasn't about an agenda of trying to, persuade anybody into this.
Yeah, it was like the way I did in my 20s when we all thought we knew what we were doing with our lives and we all had to learn the hard way that like we have a lot of growing to do. Yeah, you're like the people in the dungeon in their 40s who still think they're 22 and you haven't figured it out. You're not like the elder in the community that people can rely on. Like you're someone's parents. Like I feel like that's why I admire like this concept around elder communities, as long as understanding that the elders also have to keep in touch and deconstruct as they age and earn wisdom. But like if you have an elder that's growing in wisdom, they should be an elder that is different than people in their 20s. If you're an elder and people in their 20s are looking at you like a peer, I feel like we did something wrong. Like it's one thing all to have adult friendships in which you are peers, and that's fine. But it's also something to say like, then you're old, but you're not an elder. Like I feel like an elder isn't just somebody who's old. It's somebody that like you go to for advice who isn't engaging with you like a peer. But then if you have people you're like, I can have friends of different ages, but I don't go to them as elders in the community. Does that kind of make sense? Like it's hard to explain, but they're just people you go to in your community that you seek advice from who aren't trying to fuck you, who aren't trying to party with you, bro. Because that's not their job. And it feels like, are you going to get there eventually or no? You're just going to stay like the 22-year-old
relationship.
And that doesn't mean older people can't have fun and party. That's different.
Construct. But
yeah. And that's, I think that's the big thing. I mean, I do have an agenda, and the agenda is that I really deeply feel that I'm here to be a catalyst for human evolution in whatever way that is. And I don't always do it right. I fuck up all the time. And I'm not even all good. Like,
I know.
Like we have a joke. It's like, you're bad.
You're bad.
You're bad. And like, yeah, I know. I'm bad and I'm good. And I'm bad and I'm good.
Deeply good. You're human.
I'm human.
You're human.
Like I'm a real live human being who's complex but ultimately like.
Look, that's true of all of us, right? He's right. He's good and he is bad. We all are good and bad. I just feel like he's a lot bad, a lot toxic, okay? Unhealthy, healthy. We're all unhealthy. We're all healthy. I just feel like he's more unhealthy than healthy. He's in the unhealthy stage that I'm like, I ain't messing with that. Let's go back to paint just to make it clear to people. I think we go through stages in life where there is a healthy to unhealthy ratio. So unhealthy, healthy. And I just feel like he does this thing where like there's a threshold, okay? Once you're over this threshold, you're at the beginning stages again, but you're doing pretty good. So if you're going through like you're fucked up, bro, this is a bummer. But you're probably like had a really shitty childhood. Okay. We all start off to some extent in different places. Some people start off here, some people start off here, some people start off like here, but no one really starts off here. Oops, you guys can't see it because hold on. Okay. But nobody ever gets to start off like in the super healthy section because we're all babies on a planet evolving over time and we're like having our own experiences. So nobody gets to be born perfectly healthy or without a connection to their genetics or their parents' past history or trauma, right? And nobody even necessarily gets here, right? Like this isn't really like the goal. The goal is just to head in this direction. And once you're over this line here, this red line, okay? That's when you get the chance to really say, okay, at least I'm on the healthy. Oh, or let's go healing. Healing. Okay. You're like that's just horrible. But you know what I mean? You're like in the healthy healing kind of stage, right? Versus this is like the unhealthy healing stage. So like there was a point in my life when I was like here. And once I popped into here, I was like, oh shit, bro, this is crazy. Okay. Like I remember being here at the very beginning stages of my healthy journey. And I just remember thinking like, oh my God. And this was after therapy, lots of philosophical work. But like I was always heading in this direction. There were people I was with where like, that's not very seeable. I was with people who were like here. And they were like, I'm going to stay here. And I was like, okay, but that's kind of crazy, bro. Cause like I was right here and I was like, but come with me. And they're like, nah. And I was like, what? And then I kept going, right? I kept going. So let's say I'm just trying to give examples. I'm not being super accurate, but you know what I mean? Like they were a little less healthy and I was like, let's go. And then sometimes I'd meet people that were healthier than me. Maybe they were ahead of me. Maybe they were the same level as me and we kind of bonded. But the idea is that like, it doesn't matter if you're unhealthy. What matters is that you're aiming towards healthy. And what happens in certain bubbles. So let's see, Marcus would be, where would Marcus be? I'm assuming that they're probably like, I don't know. I'm thinking like, this is like the most unhealthy. This is like murdering people, fucking babies, killing animals in like a really gross way. This is like really fucked up. This is like sex trafficking, fucking, this is like the worst, like human beings at their most unhealthy, right? So let's say you're like, I don't know, you're past that stage and you're into like cheating and infidelity, lying, stealing, maybe, you know, being cruel to people, blah, blah, blah. And then eventually there's like, I don't know, you get some of your life together, some of it's okay, but you're kind of hanging out like a weird bubble. Maybe this is where Marcus, Aubrey, and all his people are, maybe. Something like that. Maybe, I don't know. I can't tell. And then will they ever get over here? I don't know, bros. I don't know. That's going to take a lot because what would that even look like to go this direction? You know what I mean? But I just remember being here. Like once you're over the line for healthy, everything becomes better because like everything in your life starts to be put like you start to put things into place. Like you start to realize like, oh, like I don't have to create a bunch of narratives to justify my existence or my life or who I am. I don't have to justify my existence. I just have to be able to accurately describe it and understand it and have a good relationship with it. And if anything isn't perfect or where I want it to be, how can I change it to be better, but realistically never perfect, right? And it goes back to that question I got from chat. What do you do if you have somebody defensive in your life or somebody who like you need to have a hard conversation with, but they get defensive? The reason my partner and I, and listen, it's easy to say when you're dating that I'm not going to get defensive if we have hard conversations, which is why you got to have hard conversations before you get married, before you commit to this person. That's why when I was dating my past partners and we were living together, and it was hard day one. Like it was hard before we even dated. It was hard as friends. It was hard as lovers. It was hard. And then we tried to date thinking maybe it would make it better. It was hard. It was always hard. And I was like, this cannot be my life. Because even when it was good, but not even for the whole day. It would eventually get hard. And it was like, damn, is this it? Like, what is this? But then you love the consciousness. You love the person. I guarantee you, after 18 years of knowing Aubrey Marcus, it would be very hard for her to get out of this friendship. Look, she stayed in it. After they broke up, she stayed his friend. That's a very hard connection to lose. And the only reason they would have to lose it is if they were in inner circle, but it sounds like they might be. So if they are in a circle, she would just have to be open with boundaries. So she would have to leave and require him to show up in a particular way in order for them to be cohesive. But then she wouldn't be able to suck his dick like this. They might not be physical lovers, but they are spiritual ones. Let me tell you, the way she sucked his dick, that's very misogynistic of me. The way she pandered to his feelings and did the emotional labor for him was so internalized patriarchy of her, so internalized misogyny of her. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do this much emotional labor for this man. Let him do it himself. The fact that he brought a woman on so we could all feel better about his misogyny is crazy. You know? So yeah, I don't know where they would ever be if they were actually healthy, like even a little bit healthy. But I think a lot of people want to be healthy, but have the shittiest. I remember somebody said to me once, I can't believe you don't think I'm a healthy person. I was like, well, you've had a pretty tough life and your childhood was hard and you cheated and you're kind of bad at relationships and you're always on again, off again with people and you're really struggling. And they go, yeah, but I have a job and a house. And I was like, great point. As if you ever needed to be healthy to make money. Some people do. I definitely needed to be healthier to make sustainable money. But I never really needed to be healthy to make some money. And that's the problem is like, you're healthy enough at work, but are you healthy enough at anything else? And I want to be a whole human being. Okay? Mind, body, soul, relationship with self, relationship with the world. I want to know who I am in the story. And I definitely don't want to be Aubrey fucking Marcus. You know how people look at celebrities and go, I want to be Brad Pitt. I don't want to be Brad Pitt. I want to be Aubrey Marcus. I don't even want to be Angelina Jolie. I don't want to be any of them. When I look at people in the story, I go, that's not who I want to be. I know who I want to be. And it's probably a Miyazaki character. Okay, one of the many girls who live in a forest alone. That's who I want to be. Any Miyazaki woman living alone in the forest, that looks nice. I won't do that. But in a metaphorical way, not in a literal way, because like they don't have good internet there and I'm a YouTuber. But spiritually, he wants to be surrounded by people, constantly adored and loved, validated. You know, it's okay, but like also, you know, the celebrity status of it all.
I mean, you've known me through all of these fucking years. Have you ever seen me to be abusive to anyone?
Never. And I've not only never seen you be abusive to anybody, I've never seen you even speak badly about anybody. You make little teasing jokes with your friends, but I've never heard you, even people who've hurt you really badly, which has happened, I have never heard you.
You can be toxic without being abusive. Like that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, ask him if he's like, he said he's already a bad person, so he has toxic. But I think people think toxicity is not that big of a deal, but I actually think it is the pipeline to abuse. I think first you're toxic, then you're abusive if you do not fix it. But not always. Sometimes you stay in a cycle of toxicity for forever, right? So like sometimes like people are just toxic for their whole life. Sometimes people are toxic and then become abusive. Sometimes people are toxic and are abused. Okay. Sometimes, sometimes you're toxic and then abusive and then back down to toxic. Sometimes you're abused while being toxic. Okay. And it's confused or no. Hold on. No. Ooh. Sometimes you're abused while being toxic. Sometimes you turn into the abuser or are abusive because you're toxic. Like, you know, sometimes it just depends on where you are. But I think this idea of like, oh, like example, okay, you can be a healthy person who sometimes engages in toxicity, okay, and then you center yourself. But a healthy person doesn't become abusive unless something has gone severely wrong. Like you get dementia and forget you're married and hit your partner because you think they're robbing you, right? But a healthy person will have moments of toxicity, right? But they'll catch it, regulate, and come back down. Because the toxicity can engage or exist in, like you can be toxic and show up like, you can have a toxic relationship temporarily with your mental health, with your eating, with other things. You can be somebody who's healthy and stable, but you suffer from a long-term illness or disease that you work on constantly, but that doesn't mean you don't have moments of a bad relationship with it. You will exist, you will have toxic moments as a healthy person. But if most of your moments are toxic with a little bit of healthy, then you're a toxic person who has healthy moments. And sometimes toxic people end up becoming abusive, but not always, but all abusive people have been toxic. The toxicity led them into abuse, you know?
Speak of anyone the way that some people, not everyone, but some people have spoken about and to you recently. And there's the reason I'm sitting here among many collective reasons that are important to me and that are values to me is because You deserve to be supported in the truth of who you are and how you be when nobody's watching. And I'm one of the few people in your path that's got to be there when no one else is watching for 18 years. And so, there's something, I think, I feel like there's something happening here in the story, in the narrative of, when whatever happens in ourselves, when we pedestalize somebody and we make them, there's this like following guru kind of mimetic trend going around. And it's like, for me as your best friend, I've never seen you try to be anybody's guru. I've always seen you try to just be honest about being a human being. And you've never hidden your sex life, your relationship truth, the truth of your heart, or, nights of partying in Miami or trips to, go sit humbly at the feet of maestros and platform and create documentaries with your own money of medicine keepers from indigenous traditions whose stories would never be heard otherwise. You've poured so much into good causes that you have found along your path.
They're getting defensive. They're not listening. There's nothing I hate more than a person who gets credit without being defensive. Like, they think they're probably so chill in this conversation, but this feels like a PR marketing campaign. Yeah, he's good, I promise. It's like, no. And now she's saying, like, thanks to you, indigenous culture is like, we don't want you representing indigenous culture. We don't want you to do the marketing for them. Him being like, oh, without you, what did she just say?
Create documentaries with your own money of medicine keepers from indigenous traditions whose stories would never be heard otherwise.
Never be heard otherwise? You could have. Maybe it would have been better if you used that $20 million to fund not your story about your relationship, but somebody else's story. Like, yeah, he feels like a culture vulture, 100%. He's Christopher Columbusing this thing. He feels like Christopher Columbus. I hate it.
You've poured so much into good causes that you have found along your path.
RFK Jr. is a good cause. Supporting RFK Jr. is a good cause. That's the good cause.
Done everything in your power to give a spotlight to the people who you feel really deserve it, that can really help the world. And I can't sleep comfortably at night knowing that all of that goodness could be obscured from the public being receptive to the truth of it because of this, what I believe to be gross misinterpretation of your character. And so I hope that me being here with you today.
She crying again? They're both crying again.
I hope this can be an opportunity for people to see you as you truly are.
I believe we are entering.
My thoughts on Trump, free speech, borders, Kennedy, and abortion, America's future 7 months ago.
A new era of honesty, which means having both the freedom and the courage to express your own personal truth while maintaining the humility to acknowledge that you might be wrong. I might be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. And actually, no matter what, we're always a little bit wrong. We can only ever see partial truths because we only have one singular perspective.
I hate that he says shit that I say, but I don't mean it the way he means it. I hate that he's co-opting really good ideas about the universe, but turning it for profit. I hate the way he's co-opting really, like, it's like people that fucking talk about stoicism, but don't actually understand it. Like, you're co-opting a really good concept and fucking it up.
God is the only one that is omnipresent.
Okay, stop. Don't yell. I have neighbors. Shh. It's the weekend.
Meaning God sees through all of our eyes. God doesn't just look at us and judge us from a higher perspective on a cloud somewhere. God also sees and understands through our own perspective. In reading all of the comments to my recent open letter to the Republican Party, I got the opportunity to see through many more of your eyes. So thank you. At the risk of being reductionist, if I was going to define the difference between our perspectives, it is a matter of fear versus faith. A lot of people are afraid that Trump is a fascist dictator and the whole MAGA movement are a bunch of racist, misogynist, mid-wit conspiracy theorists. They can adduce pre-packaged, ready-to-heat evidence for that opinion. And while some of that evidence may be real, it is all partial. Just as surely within the MAGA movement, there are some tragically lost individuals who are still shackled by their own prejudice. And yet this said, I am not a part of the MAGA movement.
I am a part of the movement of truth and value, a declared and intransigent independent. There are things that I may not see from my perspective being an outsider. The beauty I can see about Trump leading us into this era of truth is that he has his shadow on display. He shows his crass, his ego, his pride, his judgment, all on the outside, for better or worse. This display of shadow, which is another way to say unclaimed truth, makes him the ultimate projection screen for anyone who has similar characteristics in their own shadow. He literally invites that by his very existence. I haven't met him, but what I sense from actually listening to what he says, not just listening to what the media and other people say about what he has said, is that the inner core of that man is good. Not pure, but good. The other reason I have to believe that is I'm quite certain that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is indeed unequivocally good, driven by love and service and a good read of character. He believes in Trump and Vance, and therefore, so do I. From my personal source.
Okay, yes, okay, got it.
What you're your path, and done everything in your power to give a spotlight to the people who you feel really deserve it, that can really help the world. And I can't sleep comfortably at night knowing that all of that goodness could be obscured from the public being receptive to the truth of it, because
okay, are we done? Do we get it?
Of this, what I believe to be gross misinterpretation of your character. And so I hope that me being here with you today.
There they are crying together. They're literally
I
crying.
hope this can be an opportunity for people to see you as you truly are. Because what you're creating and
I literally, you know that show with the nun who like sees demons? I don't even believe in demons, but girl, if they came to Earth, this is what they would look like. I said what I said. I don't even believe in demons, but this is a wolf in sheep's clothing if I ever fucking saw it in my life. This is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I hate this shit.
Service too is really, it's really needed right now.
Oh,
and because you deserve it. I'm so sorry.
You know, like,
girl, there is literally a genocide happening right now. Please shut up.
I also needed this. You know, like I needed this too. And like, yeah, it fucking hurts. And yeah, it fucking sucks. But, you know, I was still as brave as I was to share what I shared and do what I did. Like I was still somewhat trapped by my.
Guys, I need to talk to you about something that's going to make me really brave. I want to fuck not one, but 2 women and get them both pregnant. I know. Very brave. But I want to put my peni in their vagina. And I need you to know, it was very hard for me to say that. Hard like my dick, in which I'm going to put into 2 different women to make babies. I feel very vulnerable, but brave. And I just want to thank you for hearing me out. Shout out to ISIS. Not the terrorist organization, the fertility god. Who told me to put my dick inside these women. Like, what? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
My desire to be liked. And now I know that that's ephemeral. And it doesn't change my love for the world. It doesn't change what I'm going to do. And if I need to be the villain, I'll be the villain. And if I need to be the hero.
Listen, if I have to be the villain, Elon says I'm the villain. But Elon won't return any of my tweets, and I tweet him all the time. But if I have to be the villain, I will be the villain. Melania knows I'm very good at being the villain. Like,
I'll
what?
be the hero. And I'll be whatever I need to be. And that's the best of me speaking, you know.
Have you ever thought about being a patient of a therapist who isn't scandalous in any capacity, like is just actually a person who wants to be better? Do you see the difference in the way people talk? Do you know why I like Dr. Kirkonda so much? And Dr. K, they sound fucking grounded. Jordan Peterson, Aubrey Marcus, all these fucking people, they sound fucking crazy. Y'all, Dr. Ramani, y'all sound unhinged. If I could have okay, I want to have grounded energy as I age into my 50s and 60s. These people sound unhinged. They all sound paranoid as fuck. Can you all be chill, bros? This is why I prefer Dr. K and Dr. Kirkonda, because they are just, They feel like normal fucking people who have a little bit of earned wisdom, who've gone through some shit, but have also been like really realistic about applying their unique beliefs to the world. It's like, can you please, bro?
The worst of me isn't speaking the same way and wants to raise a sword and clanging on my shield.
Oh, God, bro.
Come for me, let's go. But the best of me is like, I love you all. Like, I love you all so much. And it's been a battle between those parts of me. And I think this is the rite of passage. And it comes, you were with me in this recent crazy ceremony where I was bestowed 2 unprecedented blessings from Chief Bearcross and, Maestro Alejo. And like, okay. And I went back after the blessing from Chief Bearcross when he gave me the buffalo bonnet. And I came back to Bai and I was like, this is the most incredible blessing I've ever gotten, but it's a hell of a responsibility. And this is part of the responsibility.
Look at this body language, bro. Look at this fucking body language.
And like,
look at her. She's like, her mouth's over her thing. She's like, oh my God, this is like such a big, like, oh my God, he's being so vulnerable. I wonder if the indigenous communities that he is co-opting are the same ones that allow Trump to co-opt their beliefs. Because if they're all conservatives and they're all hanging out, is he not hanging out with indigenous, like, liberated communities? Is he hanging out with indigenous conservative communities? And so they're like a bunch of indigenous conservatives bestowing upon him some ceremonial thing. So it makes him feel validated through that indigenous spiritual lens, but it's actually connected to MAGA versus it. Do you know what I'm saying? So many indigenous people are very progressive. They're very much about the liberation, about their people that have been subjugated under administrations just like the one we have right now. And I can't imagine those people are giving him any sort of invitation into their bubbles. Do you know what I'm saying?
And this is part of the responsibility is to be the one that faces the storm no matter what the consequences are. And
to have the capacity to purify the energy through your own heart.
Yeah.
Which I think I'm seeing you do, which is huge. It's not an easy task to hold all of this and to stay open. It's not an easy task to keep our hearts open.
Yeah.
In pain like that. I can't imagine.
Well, so it is. Thank you, Caitlin. I love you so much. I mean, as much as time.
Chess says, are they faking emotions? I don't think it's fake. I think their life is a performance. I think they're on stage right now. I think it's theater to them, but they kind of believe it. I think they're high enough in ego that they believe the performance and they really feel like they're going through stuff. I feel like it's a production, but one they kind of believe in. But that doesn't make it good just because you believe it. Even though I think if they really were alone and I could read their mind, in the back of their subconscious, they would know it's wrong in a sense. Yeah, the performance is the journey for them. Exactly. Yeah, the performance is a part of their journey. And I think you can equate this to like, I experienced a sort of performance when I left my conservative bubble into like the queer bubble or the BDSM bubble or the poly bubble. There was a slight performance of like, this is so liberating. This is the best thing. There's nothing better than this. But then I realized there was so much more beyond that. Right. But in the moment you feel like this is impacting me so greatly. This must be the answer to, I remember just like crying and feeling so liberated by meeting my like polycule and having sex with a woman for the first time and being in a loving relationship and all these things, only to realize it was the most dysfunctional group of people I could have ever hung out with, only to realize the next 5 years of my life was going to be a fucking living hell. But in the moment we met in the beginning of the story, for just a second, it felt like, God, this must be it. And I was so grateful. I even thanked the person that introduced us. And I said, thank you for introducing me to like the most amazing people I've ever met. 5 years later, I hope I never goddamn see one of those fucking people ever again. Because the toxicity was so bad. And now it's been, 10 years since I was in that journey? God, it's been a decade since that journey started. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. A decade ago, Brittany was like, this is like the greatest thing that ever happened to me. And I was like, girl.
Timelines could have shifted and we could have ended up staying together forever. And like, I wouldn't trade this timeline for anything because it's so beautiful, And Wit, if you're out there listening.
Chet says, can people who perform the journey eventually proceed on the journey? Yeah, definitely. Like, fake it till you make it. Well, Chet said it perfectly. They believe that the performance is what they have to do to properly be on their journey. I think we all do that. I think I did that when I had gone to therapy, and then I was like, I'm healed. But it took like years after going to therapy to really get what therapy was going to teach me. And I remember I'm like, I'm a girl boss, lean in. And then I realized like, oh, I was coping. I was coping because I had therapy. I thought I got it. But it wasn't until years into practicing what I learned in DBT that it really hit me. It really took like a good 2 years for it to actually hit me. And I still to this day realize things I learned in therapy that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm getting it. Right? So like, there's nothing wrong with showing up and almost like faking it till you make it, as long as you know you are. But it's hard because how do you tell the difference? I tell you this every day, guys. I promise you what I say, I'm really, my heart's in it, but I know I'm probably saying something wrong. And I can't just not be a YouTuber because I might say something wrong. I can only hope to apologize and grow from what I say that is wrong in the future when I realize it's wrong. But we can't stop living our lives. We can't stop dating and working and picking. If it's the wrong job, you'll know after you get the job. Hindsight is 2020. You earn the right to realize things were wrong. You have to earn, by experiencing life, the right to say I made the wrong choice. You got to make the wrong choice to learn from making the wrong choice, but don't make the wrong choice on purpose thinking you'll learn the lesson. You have to actually just live your life authentically and like in a way that makes sense and is as healthy as you can get at the moment, and try to aim for something better. But like, you got to live in the most present of your life and know that that's going to be hard. Like, I know I was joking earlier about my marriage being hard, but to be honest with you, paperwork is really hard. I really struggle to go to the doctor. I really struggle taking a day off work. I hate it. I hate not being on stream. I hate not working. I don't want to do it. I'd rather be here with you guys than go to the fucking doctor. Right? It actually is really, I'm very good at procrastinating. Now, it's not coming at the expense of my health, and it's not coming at the expense of my marriage. It's not coming at the expense of anything yet. But I guarantee you, when it starts to even feel like it's coming at the expense of anything in my life, I'm going to go. And that's the thing. That's a little neurodivergent of me to wait till the very last minute to do the homework assignment. But when I get there, I'm going to tell guys, I got to go to the doctor. Okay? But it is actually like a part of it is I'm struggling with my neurodivergency, and I'm struggling with this like, but I could do it later, right? I don't need to do it right now though, right? Can I wait? How many days do I have till I have to do it? When do I absolutely have to get it done? When my partner and I leave the house, I say, what time do I absolutely have to be ready? The earliest and latest. What time do I absolutely have to be ready? Because we have to catch the bus. And then I navigate my whole day around this time. And we experience the paralyzation of going out. Oh, we're both neurodivergent. If we know we have a task the next day, just know we are both so paralyzed by it that I'm like, I can't do anything. Nothing will get done now because now I can't film a video. Now I can't stream. I just got to accept that I'm not doing anything until this happens. And then we sit in anxiety and pace the house. Yeah, there are struggles. It's just not the marriage. It's our neurodivergency. Okay? I do get a lot of cleaning done during those days, though. I tend to like clean the kitchen at least while I'm waiting to do something. But I struggle because once I'm in work mode, I don't want to get out of it to leave. So you know what I'm saying? But at least I can kind of clean. But yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like I can identify the problem. The problem isn't actually ruining my life. But if it ever starts to get close, and it will one day I will wake up and say, okay, we got to go to the doctor tomorrow. I'm taking off stream. Because if I don't go tomorrow, we've gone over the the threshold of we waited too long, right? Okay, let's finish this video.
You ever want to have a conversation with me? Like, I'm here. I still love you. I always will. And anybody else who has a problem, like, I still love you and always will. And it's the truest nature of who I am. And this is forging that truth. And I needed this to forge that truth. I needed to know this about myself. What would happen underneath all the pressure? What would happen underneath all the hate? Who would I be? Would it change who I am? And it's not like I'm a finished product. I'm not a baked Toll House cookie.
Cookies.
Still a little too gooey to take off the sheet. But yeah, this was the rite of passage that I needed. And just thank you so much. Also, there's been so many people who've been so supportive, like so many people, not just people who know us, like so many people have reached out with such heartfelt gratitude. And I just want to acknowledge them because so much can be focused on the negative, but it's ignoring this massive positive outpouring that's come and all the conversations that have happened because of this that wouldn't have happened otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
And so, God is a chef that doesn't just serve up cotton candy.
Oh, brother.
Sometimes it's just bitters.
Ooh, that's
It's just
true.
bitters.
But we wouldn't want to eat something sweet all the time, would we?
No,
We're here for the whole buffet.
the whole buffet. No doubt. I'm here with the whole buffet for you to the end, Katie.
To the end.
I believed in you from the moment I saw you, and I've never wavered in that belief.
Ooh.
You haven't. And I'm so grateful that I didn't close my heart or my eyes to the truth of your heart. And I want to thank you for, I've watched you bless so many human beings on this path. I've watched you create so much beauty. When we were apart, there was nothing you owed me and there was nothing I owed you. We were totally separated, totally in our own worlds. And anytime there was a point of contact, there was loving energy. There was never an ounce of manipulation, only an open heart, open arms ready there and waiting to reflect and to remind me.
Exactly. Chet says she acts like he's Jesus. The way she talks about him is the exchange. She goes, oh, there was nothing. There was nothing. But if you think of him as this great spiritual person, this person who blesses people, if you put people on a pedestal, then you're objectifying them. And that's the toxicity everybody is seeing. Why are you talking about this man like he's not just a man? Why did Jesus come as a carpenter instead of a king? Why is this man showing up the way he's showing up and everyone's worshiping? What are you doing? Like, that's the problem with the way they talk that's pissing people off. You're not talking about it like he's just a person. He's just a person.
How great I truly was. And that love has kept me clear, kept me able to love myself, called me forward into a life that I'm very proud of. And I'm proud to stand in and testify to the goodness of this life that I've lived.
Man, this is still on 1.5, bro. Chat says, I have times when I can't do anything until something I'm scared of happens. Is that neurodivergent? I'm not sure. You'd have to talk to a therapist about it because it's all about the why. I usually procrastinate till the very last second to do anything because that feels like, okay, now it has to get done. And then I get it done and I'm locked in. Like when I had to do essays in high school and they were due at midnight, 11:40, 11:30, I was there, 11:59, I'd send it in. I'd be like, you know what I mean? I lock in the hardest right before a deadline. But if you're waiting for something bad to happen before you do something, that could be trauma. I think that sounds more like trauma than neurodivergency because I'm talking about procrastination. I'm talking about, when you wait till something happens, but you wait till the very last second of okay, I gotta go now. Now it's urgent. Go. I do better when I have if I have 3 hours to film a video versus 6 hours, depending on the day. Sometimes the 3 hours is better. Sometimes the 6. If I'm urgent, urgent, the 3 hours is better because I have a smaller window. If I'm I feel autistic, and very slow and steady, the 6 hours is better. So I feel you have to talk to a therapist and deconstruct it, but could be anything.
Which is inextricable from your character and who you are. And so thank you for seeing me. Thank you for never being one of those men. There were so many men that couldn't honor me. And when you had no reason to be that, you were the clean mirror the whole time that helped me remember my worth.
And one of my life's great honors. Love you, Kate.
Love you too.
All right. If you stayed with us till the end here, thank you. I love you guys, all of you. And I love you, Kate.
I love you too. We're going to get through this.
No doubt. And buy your fucking poetry book. It's incredible. Ridiculous masterpiece.
Thank you. His too, actually.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Thanks for tuning into this video. Make sure you hit subscribe.
Chad says, this is so fake. I don't know. It feels like it. You know what it feels like? Fake is an interesting word. Here's what I would suggest to you and myself. It doesn't feel fake. It feels shallow. Disguised as depth, which feels fake. It's real. Those are real tears over the most shallow fucking concepts that you have convinced yourself is depth. Someone once said to me, Don't you think it's romantic that we're on again and off again, even after all the cheating and all the toxicity, we always come back to each other? And I said, no. They said, how is that not romantic? I was like, what is this, a fucking vampire love story? No. Oh, you come back together every 1,000 years to prove no, it's not. You are romanticizing the toxicity that is related to your trauma and romanticizing it in a sense to make it sound deep when it's just a shallow, toxic relationship. You're shallow and you're disguising it as something deep. It's not. That was exhausting. I'm glad we did it because honestly, I love all the unique ways we can exist on the planet, but some y'all, I can't get behind. I cannot get behind this. I don't like it. I don't think it's healthy or good for you. And men will do anything but go to therapy. Real therapy. Grounded therapy. Grounded therapy. Stop doing drugs. Maybe they're not helping you. You've been doing drugs since you're 18 and you're still a fucking mess. Maybe stop doing drugs. Maybe just meditate. Maybe work out. Maybe do something else. This man brags about how many drugs he's done. Maybe they're not actually helping.